Got Bill Haley in the comments, rocking around the clock. I'm afraid you do.
In Soviet Russia, clock rock around you.
In Soviet Russia, clock rocks you, yeah.
Yes, until the broad daylight, yes.
It's like Ivan Drago and Yakov Smirnov merged into one. I love that. It's like great. I will crush you.
I will crush you. Listen to me, stupid American.
It's better than Rocky 4.
Oh, that's horrible.
Classic.
I will break you.
And then, but round 15, he's like a piece of iron, you know.
Yeah, round 15. I love it. Round
I'm fine.
15.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it. I'm not going to make it the next visit. It's 2061.
No. Yeah, 61 is. I'm gunning for. I'm gunning for it. Got you in my sights. Hail comment.
Yeah, I may not be
57 now. What would that put me at?
Hopefully, I'll be there, but can't make any promises.
Yeah, I'll be well over 100.
Yeah, you need to start working on the Star Wars technology test tube tank. Just put yourself in there. You'd be like a baby, fresh and new when you come out.
All right. Okay.
That's what I'm going
to
for.
go Stargate. I want to go into the Stargate sarcophagus.
I like some kind of weird, modern fetal position. I'm in a tube. I get redone. You know what I mean? 9 months later, hatched back out there, and I'm like crispy.
Oh, dude, you don't want to do that.
Talking about. I'm not trying to babyfy myself.
If you go back to fetal, you're kind of like pointless.
No, I don't want to babyfy myself. I just want to be like in a uterus or something or whatever.
I do that every once in a while.
I was today years old when I heard a grown man say, "I want to be in a uterus." Woo-wee.
Letting her rip.
You got to beat your way through the cervix. That's kind of rude.
Oh. I mean, not a rip. No, I mean like a giant test tube, kind of situation, basically.
Yeah, I get it.
A mechanical version.
So like an Aliens kind of deal in the Aliens movies. Like how they,
how they be mutated. I don't want to be like a hybrid Ridley alien. No, that's not.
Yes, you do. Do you see how badass that thing was for like the hour it was alive? Badass.
That movie has some of the greatest mind fuck you up visuals for sure.
Yeah, and the guy responsible, his name was H.R. Geiger, the artist.
Yeah, I thought it was H.R. Puffin and stuff.
No, that's completely different.
Yeah, I'm down with H.R. Puffin stuff.
Me too.
Are you sure it's different?
I'm even down with Witchy Poo. To be honest with you.
Puffin stuff designed the Aliens sets. I doubt it.
The Sid was it Nancy Croft version of Alien, like Resurrection, would have been sick.
Laura Croft, you mean?
No.
See, like Laura Croft mixed with Aliens, mixed with Predator. Dumb shit.
Well, no, it's like the guys that did H.R. Puffin stuff also did like Land of the Lost and some of the puppet shit.
No shit.
You ugly bastard.
Nice. That was pretty good.
Ooh. He made Predator too, that's right, yeah. All the horror aliens. He's got something to do with Dune, I think, too.
You know what I'm grateful for is that none of that alien shit's real.
Isn't that nice? Xenomorphs would be a terrible situation.
Yeah. I was wondering, like, with Alien, they never explained, like, the first Alien, that creature went from being the size of a, small house cat or an eel to 8 feet or 10 feet tall, probably weighed, 400 or 500 pounds. And it did all that without eating their food stores or anything like that. I don't know what did it grow on?
Well, that's what we call in filmmaking. That's what we call a continuity error.
Well, I don't know about this. If you think about it's blood naturally acidic, it might have a higher stored energy amount in it somehow. It's an engineered animal as well, right? If you go by the later series.
By the new canon?
Well, yeah, but they needed a reason where they came from. Because they're like, we'll just make a movie about aliens. They're like, this is a great idea.
Yeah, they were a bioweapon, right?
Yeah, and I think that effects team is also lending its skills to the Dune rehash. Yup. But would it be scary, like if that's what like we were related to, some kind of like giant white black-eyed beings that are like just powder white, weird?
I don't know. We're related to an amoeba, and then like a.
Would you want to know?
A roach, not a roach, a rat.
Yeah. Like you're an evolutionary guy. Other people are like, other people think maybe it came from somewhere else. But like, if you could stare at like the greatest, most common ancestor of all of us, would that freak you out, man? Would that freak you out? You'd be like, we are actually all related to this guy, this one guy, Bob. You call him. I don't know.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me. I don't care that my great-great-grandfather may have murdered somebody. I don't know. You name it. I don't care about my ancestors that much.
You know, I'm just wondering how I got so
thank them for being
there. Somebody find that good-looking young man and tell him thanks for my looks today.
Wow. Yeah. There's no section in the Hallmark gift cards for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks for the good looks, great-great-great-great-great-granddad.
If you look at it, most of us came from douchebags in some fashion or other. They killed people, took over their lands. Yeah, we come from a long line of thieves and murderers.
God, I hope not. Because like I'm trying not to be like that, so I would hope that my lineage ain't much like that, you know.
I hesitate to say, but I think most people are a product of their environment. So basically, if you lived back then and Tribe A came over, you'd kill them too. You'd be just as happy to kill them.
If that's the history that went down, it seems plausible to me. But again, I was raised in the same system you were, so I'm not sure.
But if you
right, I find it hard to believe that I could ever be convinced to go and run and murder people, but I can see that people are a product of their environment.
If you grew up in the medieval hood, man, you gotta carry an axe with you or something.
Dude, imagine carrying a huge fucking like bludgeon. There's no way. Just, come on.
Yeah, it's like made like from like an animal head, partially like fucking you fucking put some sinew up on that shit.
Exactly. Like you're not bringing that inside. Your wife would be like, "Don't you bring that fucking bludgeon inside? Goddamn it!
It smells. You know.
Honey, it's what keeps us safe. Well, it's not coming in the house, okay?
Look at all those vegetarian kids, the ones that came from parents who are vegetarians. They think that eating meat is the most horrible, unethical thing in the world, and then you got these people who were raised to think, "Oh God, don't kill Bambi! Fuck Bambi! Cut a drumstick off and let's go."
Hold on a sec. I feel like Bambi's mom got killed for meat, but Bambi's okay, right? Can we keep Bambi alive?
Nah, he was the next one to get shot the next spring.
It's harsh, but most likely true.
Or he got antler locked with another deer and just died starving to death, trying to drag the corpse of his opponent.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's like a double KO from nature.
2 deer and an antler. 2 birds and a stone. Well, anyway.
How come there's no like Street Fighter version of like deer fighting, man? Deer
Fighter 2!
And what would be the ethnicities that we work with here? Because we'd have to we have to virtue signal our way through that one, right?
Oh man, how about a video game that just lets you take any animal and pit it against
You
another
get like a
animal?
transgender turtle fighting a fucking.
No, they got simulators like that where you could take like an Incredible Hulk and pit him against 5,000 Roman soldiers, or
That's
a thousand Greek soldiers or whatever. Like, yeah, there's
Yeah, I've
tons of
seen
it.
those. Of course, like they take a platoon of modern day Army Rangers against the 700.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's neat. We'll take like a group of Marines and pit them against fucking a million zombies or some shit. Yeah,
A Roman Legion.
it gets interesting when the bodies start piling up, and now they're
Right.
fighting at weird angles and shit. Yeah.
One Jeremy versus a mouse. Mouse wins.
Platoon, attention!
I want to make it to the 2 more Halley's Comets. I think 2134 dying then I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, you just
I
gotta
mean,
figure
maybe if we get we'd have to change a lot of things in the Earth if you think you're gonna make it that long. But maybe with medical nanobots, or maybe they stop all this big pharma food, Monsanto nonsense they got going on.
The answer is going to be in the Monsanto at some point.
Have you guys been seeing all this appeal stuff? Where I didn't even know that Bill Gates had a thing going already with food, the appeal. So it's like all fruits and vegetables, and they aren't marking it as GMO, but it's labeled appeal, like it's APEEL, all one word with a capital A, lowercase p. It's all Bill Gates owned, and it's all bioengineered, and they're trying to make food last longer on the shelves. Have you guys seen that?
No.
Well, look out for it because it's happening. Just like all the labels are now showing, they're saying this is a bio food. They all have to mark it now, which is interesting to me that they actually are marking it, but all of it now says this is bioengineered.
I'll have to hop on my Lexus Nexus, and fucking look some shit. I'm just kidding. Old
I
Bill.
don't think Bill Gates does any food products.
He does appeal.
Yeah, dude.
He does.
Well, he bought up all the farmland. Did you not hear about that,
He
Moyoc?
bought for a long time. He bought up everything in Washington, or all the potatoes basically in Washington. He owns the most farmland in all the United States of America. He already has the appeal out. And he works with everyone within the bioengineered foods, and they are now starting to mark all the, like, if you look at the back of any regular ass product, like my husband still uses that stupid creamer, coffee mate or whatever, it says on there, it's a bioengineered product. Mayonnaise now says it's a Crafts, all of that shit.
Well, he's just a good guy, philanthropist, deep pocket, bleeding heart guy.
Sure.
Okay, always doing the right thing, always above.
He's just trying to make the food last longer on the shelves for everyone. He just wants the food to last longer. That's it. He wants the food to last longer. Yeah, it's all good. Nothing.
Oh, he's only got a tiny farm. 269,000 acres.
He has a non-serial killer haircut. That one wasn't true. He does have like a Dahmer-esque hairdo now.
Hey, did you see his wife's bigger than him? Well, anyway, moving on. I feel like
What is the name of the product? Appeal, like APEAL?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a link right now. So everybody's been posting Appeal Technology, Bill and Melinda Gates. So when you see it on the sticker, so here is the link there's this. Okay, here's the link for that. And then I'm going to find another one where it is the sticker. And so, but what's funny is the way that it looks there, but then everywhere else. And so they're saying, fact check appeal, like, is this actually what's happening? And of course, you have to pay. They're saying that this rating is false, but it's very interesting. So the appeal, when you look at the sticker, it says A with a capital A and then PEEL, right? All of a sudden, this new thing came out called appeal, and it's like on avocados, on limes, on all this shit. And let me see if I can find you a image. Let me show you.
Yeah, but is he growing avocados and limes? Because I mean, let's look at where he got his land. That's not avocado country.
Well, he has, yeah. He's gotten it in Washington. He's gotten it in California. He's gotten it in all kinds of different places. So this is the sticker. So I don't know if these two are correlated. That is what everyone on the internet is saying, is that appeal, it does have something to do with this appeal technology that Bill Gates and Melinda own called appeal. And it looks like that. It has like this little, sorry, that's a shitty picture. It's the only one I can find. But it has like a fruit on it, and then it just says appeal underneath it, APEEL, the same way spelled as whatever. It might not be the same thing, but it's not just on avocados and limes. It's on a ton of.
Okay. This isn't something he's growing. This is something he's putting, or somebody's putting in a product.
Yes.
Like the wax
I like
coating.
it's how it's already like a legal framework. It's already an appeal.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
The word sounds like something. Yeah.
Well, that plus the
Appeal.
double E's. I'm loving the whole thing.
But the whole his company Appeal, that is legitimately what they're doing. They are trying to make food last longer, to stay on the shelves longer, through this bio whatever, right? So when you're getting foods like Ritz or mayonnaise or any of this shit, and it's saying it's a bio manufactured food, like probably Appeal is in cahoots with it. So if this Appeal company isn't involved with Bill Gates, they better change their shit quick, because everybody thinks it's the same thing, whether it is or not.
Now, I guess, the thing that would bother me about appeal is tell me what's in appeal, and I'll decide whether it's bad for me or not. If it's a
You're
coating,
okay with
they've been using
you-
wax for years to keep apples and stuff from rotting. Wax can be a rather benign substance in the body.
Dude,
Yes, I'm
does
putting- Wait,
wax
say that one more time?
genetically modify the apple, bro?
No, but appeal doesn't genetically modify the apple either.
Oh, you know everything about appeal all of a sudden.
I'm looking at it. It's a coating you're talking about, not a genetic technology. I don't know what's in it, and it could be bad. I'm not giving it a pass. I'm just saying that it's not genetic modification.
Yeah, but that's just one article. Appeal does more than just that. And I'm not talking about the
Right.
sticker. I'm talking about Melinda and Bill Gates, right? They do more than just coding. That entire company is trying to biomanufacture foods to make them where they last longer on the shelves, period.
I don't think they're together anymore, Bill and Melinda
Yeah,
Gates.
they aren't, but it's still, they still got things together in the foundation.
We
It's
just call
made
them
from purified monoglycerides and diglycerides, all of which are edible. Are they good for you, though? And are the way that they modify them, is that safe? I don't know. As far as the bioengineering can be good or bad. It really depends on what they do.
Yeah, and it says on the crop's surfaces. So crops meaning while they grow. So while they are growing, if they're putting stuff on top of it as they're growing, what is it doing to that molecular structure as they grow? There's a whole bunch of different stuff with all this messing with food that it just doesn't sit right with me, period. Like, let food be food. Where is the pro-choice when it comes to food? Okay? Can we just let a strawberry be a strawberry? Where is it's my body, my choice?
Well, they have
God.
to make sure that they manufacture the biggest strawberries so they make the most money. It doesn't really
It tastes
matter what's good for
flavorless,
you.
right? Yeah, and it'll be flavorless. It'll be huge, but you won't taste anything, and there'll be no nutrition, but you'll have a big chunk of it.
And they got to get into the store.
It doesn't really matter. Hold on, I wasn't done. It doesn't really matter like what's good for you or what's healthy. It only matters about the bottom dollar. How much money are we going to make? And yeah, if they can add some shit to make it sit on the shelves for an extra week or two without having to buy the rotten strawberries back or whatever, then yeah, they're going to do it.
But of course, you feed into that because, like, when you go to the Walmart or Food Lion or whatever the hell you go to, and you see that apple with the big old black spot on it, you leave that one and you only pick the ones that are pretty.
That black spot came from bruised during shipping. It wasn't picked and put in there like that.
No, it's that's why they put the coatings on it. It keeps molds and stuff from being able to penetrate the skin and start growing.
The
so any
black spot
scarring that you do on it
is
is
from
the only place
bruised
that mold can get in now.
from shipping.
Yes, and it's because the coatings help reduce that. So the bruising that happens normally in shipping doesn't cause them to get the black spots, except where that coating is scraped off, and then they get a good chance to start growing the black spot. At least that's just one thing. Yeah, I don't know. Monoglycerides, I don't know anything about monoglycerides. I don't know if they're
Yeah.
a
It's
good
like, you
thing
know
or a
what?
bad thing.
You get like a fresh computer.
Would it matter
and then-
though? Sorry.
Would it matter? Yeah, I prefer that they
No,
don't
I
use,
wasn't done. I stopped so someone else could go. I was just gonna say, would it matter if it was unhealthy for you? You think they wouldn't do it if they could save $1 million or the $10 million a year?
In the end, they seem to remove things that aren't good for you, so I'd say it does have some bearing on it.
They're removing stuff that's not good for us. Do you think?
Red dye number 7, eliminated from our food groups. I can't think of many off the top of my head, but they changed the chemicals that we could spray on the fields. So yes, they do good and bad. If they only did bad and only what was most productive, they'd be spraying DDT still on everything.
And didn't the CDC say DDT was safe?
Yep, time will tell.
How do we know who's checking? What time?
Yeah, show me the current. Hey, show me the current DDT study paperwork from when those kids would have had it. Ready, go.
I think they still haven't linked it to a whole lot of problems in humans. It mostly turned out to be environmentally.
I'd look into that if I were you.
Yeah, you better look into that.
No, you can find DDT in people's systems, but I don't think. I mean, shit, my father was sprayed with the shit live.
Dude,
It was not
Roundup's in a
deadly.
Roundup's in a lawsuit over cancer causing, man. Like, come on.
Okay,
Yep.
so really quick, I went over to my grandma and my dad's house. We don't have cable. We don't watch commercials or any of that stuff. So we're watching like some cowboy show with my dad. And every single commercial was Johnson's and Johnson's baby powder lawsuit, Roundup lawsuit, mesothelioma, and walk-in showers. Like every single, we were dying laughing. We're like, oh my God, everything. But yeah, sure enough, Roundup is in there with them now these days as well. So
My dad loved Roundup. My dad used Roundup all the time. He'd garden all the time, and he died of really bad cancer. I'm not saying that that there's a
I'm
direct
sorry
link.
to hear that, but
Thank you. I'm just saying I'm not saying there's a direct link, but there's more to me empirical correlation. Let's say.
Was there 50 years of smoking in there?
No, maybe like 15, but he didn't die of having smoked cigarettes. That's for sure. He quit 35 years prior.
That doesn't mean anything.
It sure does.
Damage is damage.
It's not irreparable. It's a slippery slope here, partner.
Bro, he knows more about it than you, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure he thinks he does. I can hear it.
No,
So
the things I know more about you are
Go ahead and-
obviously
We'll go ahead and
the
move on, though.
step is that the
We'll go ahead and move right past it, won't we? So we should start talking about the Earth again, right?
That's what I was doing when you just interrupted me to say that. But cool.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Why don't you go right ahead?
You're not. You're not sorry at all. Don't lie, man. That's a sin. Are you eating on microphone, Jeremy?
No, I'm cleaning.
You cleaning
My
toilets?
bad. I'll go on mute. Not yet.
He just told you hadn't eaten yet. That's after.
Well, he said he hadn't eaten yet, but he could be eating currently.
No, yeah, he
I've
said he
eaten.
wasn't eating.
I ate today.
He said he wasn't eating. Never mind. The joke is womp womp. I tried.
All right.
I tried.
Moyak. There's a circle on the ground. The diameter, sorry, the radius of the circle is 1 meter. You with me so far?
He took off.
Like, how hard is this? Spinning under that circle, or making a circle spin, doesn't change the path that the thing went before it even started spinning. We know this for so many reasons. So many reasons. Fake forces start popping up. You can change it depending on how fast you spin the thing. Yet the other distance always stays the same, 1 meter.
If the globe was spinning, this idea would save millions of dollars. Millions.
Regardless on if it would save money or use less gas or not, the claim that it's flying the shortest path, that's not true. It's not. They're not. Great circle routes are not the shortest path to fly. Not when there's Coriolis involved. If it was stationary, yeah. If it was stationary, absolutely. Great circle routes would be the shortest path to fly. But when you mix Coriolis in and you can now lead the target, that's a whole nother thing. I mean, you could say it's doing something because you view it like that, where fake forces start showing up and whatnot. I mean, I don't know. If that's the case, you can't know anything. You can't know what's really actually going on ever, because they've said there is no actual. So you don't know if the sun's moving or if we're moving. Like, you can't know anything.
Well, I think that's what Einstein did. That's why he basically said, "Oh, no one will ever know, but we believe this."
Yeah, no, these guys can never know what's actually going on because there's no actual reference frame. So if they want to start arguing about sunsets or something, they don't even know. They don't know what's going on. If the sun's going away from us, or if we're, and no one can ever know. You start spinning. If there's a plane going overhead, and you just start spinning on a merry-go-round underneath the plane, no one can ever know if that plane's going in a straight line or if it's doing loop-de-loops, because you can describe it from however way you want.
That's right. That's
you
what
can never
happens.
know anything. It's crazy. I don't know how they get through life like that.
It's imagination world, man.
Anyways, what else we got, guys? Anything else?
I mean, they were talking about genetic engineering. I just want to bring up a scripture found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are dated like 300 BC, in the Book of Giants. And it talks about, there's a word in there, it translates to miscegenation. Now, I didn't even know what that word meant. I had to look it up.
Miscegenation?
Miscegenation. Miscegenation.
I don't know, man. What's it mean?
Well, it says here, sexual relationships or reproduction between people of different ethnic groups, especially when one of them is white.
So the mixing of the races. This is about.
But no. The way that the verse talks about it, it's not about mixing races. It's about mixing species, like cross species.
With the giants.
Yeah, apparently, like the giants ended up corrupting the genetics of all animals, even plants. Like they're crossing species of plants, which is like an abomination unto Yah, but we see the same thing going on right now. If you read the scriptures, if you believe what the scriptures say, the reason that the flood happened wasn't necessarily because of like sin in general, it's because of genetic tampering.
Yeah.
That was like the that was like the reason that the flood came upon the earth, was because of genetic engineering.
And that would make sense if you wanted to get rid of all the genetic engineering, all the genetic engineered stuff. Make a boat, put all the shit on it. And then all the stuff that's going to be left is your real shit and not the shit they fucked with. Yeah. No, that's what's up. I mean, I'm still unsure about the whole flood thing. Like, there was definitely a flood. There was definitely giant flooding everywhere on Earth at some point. The geologists got it taking thousands of years and shit, but there's a lot of evidence that actually contradicts that and has it happening much, much faster.
Yeah, like
Like Graham
Randall
Hancock did a bang up
Carlson.
job when he debated that geologist from Skeptic Magazine, this guy.
Yeah. Like Randall Carlson believes that the Grand Canyon was carved out in a week or two, not millions of years. The little Colorado River just flowing through there, little by little, scraping away at the valleys. No, they believe something cataclysmic happened that carved that canyon out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's definitely Randall Carlson's dope, and yeah, he's on point when it comes to all that geology stuff. Because that geologist he debated did not sound like he really, I don't know. I felt like Randall took him to school pretty much.
Yeah, because these geologists just regurgitate what they learn in school. They don't have like a backbone. They don't think for themselves. They're not independent thinkers. At least Randall Carlson is an independent thinker and doesn't just accept the narrative. Even though I don't agree with everything in all his conclusions, I respect him for being independent and going against the narrative and going against the common consensus or the ad parliament or appealing to the majority.
Yeah, he's stepping up to the plate, going to get doing what he thinks is right. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. Nah, he killed that geologist. Yeah, that was a good debate. Graham Hancock worked over Michael Schumer big time before that even went down.
There's not a lot of people that are willing to actually step out of their comfort zone because of fear of ridicule, taking a risk of against their credibility, being like they're in fields that if you go against a narrative, you're gonna be considered a quack. You're gonna lose all credibility.
Well, they've had Graham in that category forever now.
Yeah, Graham Hancock's unfortunately he's considered a quack by everybody. But he's kind of gaining momentum now with the Netflix special, and people are looking at him like, wow, this guy actually might have some something going, because people are waking up. You know what I'm saying? Like the past couple of years, people are waking up to all the bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know why I haven't finished that Netflix series yet, because I'm a big Graham Hancock fan.
Because it's boring, bro. I started watching.
I've only seen like
episodes. I can't stay up. I just can't. It's just boring. I like Graham Hancock, but that I don't know. It's just boring.
No, that shit's awesome to me.
Yeah, it's just too slow though for me.
Well, if you think that's boring, did you watch that Karl Monk the Code thing I sent you?
Nah, man.
That's the most boringest shit you'll ever see in your life, right there, bro.
I started watching some of it, but I don't have time because I'm working and stuff. I'm busy, but I'm gonna have time this weekend to watch it.
Dude, it's only 5 hours long, bro. Come on.
How many hours? 5?
If it's not 5 hours, it don't count.
It's all good. I'm used to watching series that long.
Yo, you seen Secrets in Plain Sight Part 2? You can find it on Internet Archive if you want to search for it. Well worth the watch.
Oh, they came out with a Part 2 of that?
It's fire.
Send it to me in DMs.
Okay.
Because I've seen the first one was fire, bro. Straight up, dude. They laid it out methodically in that series, and see that Secrets in Plain Sight one, the one that's like 3 hours long. Like, they laid the shit out perfectly right there. That was perfection put together, so precise.
Tell me what you guys think about this. I'm about to post it. So you got images of what look like dinosaurs going way back to the Babylonian era. See if I can find them.
Yeah, they got ancient pottery with dinosaurs
Oh, you
on it or
already
some
know.
shit.
You already know. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Kent Hovind showed the thing with humans footprints next to dinosaur footprints. I don't know how legit that is.
So this is the rock, and then I'm gonna post a drawing of what's on the rock. You can see it a lot better. And then
There you go in your DMs. 1 hour and 33 minutes of
you
fine
got this one, the
secrets in plain
Babylonian
sight.
petroglyph, what looks like to be long neck dinosaurs. Right? And then you got this one too, Babylonian.
Could just be giraffes, maybe.
Well, some people think that the dragon in what is it, Revelation 20? I can't remember what, but they think it's an actual dragon, dude. That dragon, that old serpent or whatever it says.
There's a bunch though. There's like so many artifacts, dude.
What if
one-
it's depicting the same dragon over and over and over again?
I already posted.
Dang, yeah, that is crazy. I thought what you said with the cross, the cross species or the DNA transfer or the hybrids of them going into water to survive the flood, that was mind blowing, dude. It's such a
That
possibility I never
would
thought
be a
of.
good reason to. Yeah, that would be a good reason to wipe shit out. Like, yo, my shit's all fucked up, man. If I just make a flood, everything will die except for the shit I don't want to die. And we
Jared,
could just set it off
check it
with all
out.
my
What if
natural shit I made in the first place. Yeah, that does
what?
make sense.
Yeah. What if some of those things though became hybrids with fish, and then they had gills, so now they can survive being in the flood?
Like Kevin Costner in Waterworld. I mean, maybe
Maybe that's why it's still fucked
if
up even after the
you
flood.
could genetically modify. If you could genetically modify like that and you were sick with it, I mean, would there be time to could you genetically modify yourself? Would you have to do that to the next born? I mean, I don't know. Might not have time for all that.
Lion of Yah, you might have a different understanding of this, but when I read, it says that he limited man to 120 years, that it was from the point that he said that, they had 120 years until the flood. Or do you think he just limited the years of man to 120?
No, 120 years is referring to 120 jubilees, which is 6,000 years.
So he was saying before the flood.
Another thing that's very interesting. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. My bad. I know you got a little delay
Well, if you're
there.
talking about lifespans, if you're talking about lifespans, there's something that's really interesting. It's the King's Tablet or something. I forgot the name of it. It's some shit they chisel in stone, and it had like all the leaders of Egypt or some shit, and it's got them living. It's got their ages and shit, or when they died, and it's got them living like thousands of years or some shit. So I don't know if you guys know the thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about the Sumerian damn man.
That might
Yeah, I forgot the name.
be from
Sumerian's King's
Sumeria.
List.
Yeah, I'm not.
The
I'm
Sumerian's
not
King's
sure.
List.
The King's List. Yeah, there we go.
But
I
it's
like
not.
you.
Yeah, but it's
I
not
like
20,000 years like they're trying to tell you. The dates are off. That's not. That's not. Or whoever's interpreting that is off.
Well,
Because
it had
the
them
reason I
living for
say
dumb
this is
long, though, right?
the
Wasn't it
names on
thousands of
that
years?
list. The names on that list are children of Ham's descendants. Like Ham was
Well,
one
I
of
don't know, man. It's got them living dumb long.
Yeah, but it's like the Sumerians King's List are like Nimrod's descendants are on there.
Well, whoever's on there, it's got them living thousands of years, though, right?
Yeah, but whoever's interpreting thousands of years, they're off because that's not what it's saying there. And if it is, then they're lying. Because Ham's
Okay, how
descendants,
long does it say they live for?
like
On the
thousands of
King's
years,
List, how long
like
does it say they live
20,000
for?
years, like 20,000
Thousand.
years.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Yeah.
But yeah, we'll talk about it. Hold on,
Well, how
I'm
do you
busy
know
right
it's
now, but
wrong?
I'll explain in a second.
Yeah, take your time. No rush. I'm gonna need an explanation within 30 seconds, though. So that was a joke.
Doesn't Saint Germain too? Have you ever looked into that whole thing? That was pretty deep. Like that guy keeps reappearing.
That was pretty cool watching Eric DeVay's video years ago, and I can't remember the name of the video, but it was like 8 hours something. It was a long one, and the last hour and a bit was like destroying the dinosaurs or something, and like, yeah, I was just like, oh shit, dinosaurs as well. So I don't know. There's some of those dinosaurs, in my opinion, anyway. You can just look at them and think, well, that never existed. You just look at it and you know it never existed. But
Reminds me, I just visited a dinosaur museum a couple days ago. You'll never guess the shape of the building. Yeah, actually, you probably will.
I don't know. A globe?
Was it a dome?
Pyramid.
Oh, all right, yeah. Well, it is a strong structure, strong shape. What was I thinking of? Oh, yeah, the Bone Wars. That's what they called them, isn't it? The people that theorized these dinosaurs, they found them a year later. I love that.
The Bone Wars. Did 3 tours as archaeologists in the Bone Wars.
And I imagine though they're quite expensive, them bones.
Snacks, real quick. Is that list? Is that Secrets in Plain Sight 2 thing? Is that part of the first series, just broken into a second part, or is that its own thing? Because the first one was 3 hours long.
It is. Yeah, there's part 1 is 3 hours
you
long.
DM'd it to me?
Yeah, got you.
Good
You got
shit, Snacks. About time you did something.
Yeah, it's real nice. Let's talk about that. You know, when he gets into like metrology, how the seconds divided, you know, because of the meter, and then that's interesting. And then what he talks about with the alphabets, the first alphabets, it's interesting. Yeah. Tasty coincidences.
Yeah, they laid it out so perfectly in the first one that I'm sure anything. My bad.
Yeah, that guy has like retreats and stuff. They have like a society.
No,
I mean, they laid it out so good in the first part. Go ahead.
I mean, they have a website with like other material that's after this that goes into like other things too, but they charge for those.
Yeah, these guys laid their shit out so good in the first one, man. I'm sure this second one. I can't wait to watch this shit.
Yeah, it's mainly just the one guy that started it all. You know, he did all the 14-part series, Secrets. Where is it? I think it's 14. And then had this as like an addendum to like things that didn't quite fit in the first one because he was really trying to make a tight case, you know, for all the things he was talking about. He didn't want to like.
Well, that first one was concise.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was concise, bro.
Yeah, this is like some advanced stuff, but it's the same dude, so it all works back. Oh man,
that's awesome.
Down to baseballs.
How awesome was that on a scale of 1 to 10? Did you think
that was huge? I think I like that. I like the Karl Monk the Code. That's equally long and boring, but it's like I know that there's like more real like applicable stuff out of the Secrets in Plain Sight because it's like, you know, these are existing places that we check out. But I mean, just the Cleopatra's Needle, they take the two obelisks from like the Luxor city and the ones in Paris, and that's like crazy because they put the sun and the moon gates, like they're just marking the different tracks, you know, with these from the ancient I guess pharaonic Egypt. And then you'll get to this one, he'll talk about Feria Isis or Paris, and that's the reason it's called Paris. It's like we just have a shrunk down version of the real word. Oh, it's great, man. You can enjoy it. It's only an hour and a half or so.
It's not 5 hours, but I'll go with it.
Yeah, it's good. I really had to rewatch this like a few times to let it soak in because it is dense.
Oh yeah, these guys was very thick. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate the first one?
Yeah, it's like in the 9s somewhere, probably 9.2.5. Yeah.
And what do you rate the second one?
In terms of after you have that primer and then to get this reveal, it feels like it's a 9.4.
No doubt. Nice. All right, I'm psyched. You got me all pumped. Hi. You got me all pumped up. I can't wait to watch it.
It's pretty epic. I can only really even now like watch 15 minutes in a clip and I just have to pause and let my brain explode. So I like it.
Yeah, that's what's up, Snacks. That's what's up. I know. I hear that.
It's just like, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh man.
Yeah, post that thing, dude, if you can.
Yeah.
You gotta watch the first one. Hold on. If you haven't seen the first one, you gotta watch the first one. All right.
Yeah.
Well, how old
Have
is it?
you seen the first one, Andy?
How old is it?
Bro, you would not forget this if you
Oh, I'll just say
saw.
no.
It's
Then.
called Secrets in Plain Sight. It's about 3 hours long. It's about
8
3
years
hours
for me.
long. It goes in all the geometry and this.
What, the geometry in the sacred geometry in Washington?
In Washington, they go over in London. They go over a whole bunch of Freemason stuff.
Yeah, I love all that.
Yeah, post them both, Snacks. Post them both. First one and second one, back to back. Why just you might as well do a recap. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a recap on the first one and then watch the second one.
Let me just post them in the live stream then.
Yeah, if you
And
could, that'd be good.
I'll just message you, but I'll also post it in live stream.
Yeah, definitely, man. I want to check it out too.
Cool. Who's that?
Torah. Matt.
Torfree.
Just post them in a live stream, bro. There's mad people that
Almost posted to
watch
left
these.
lane. Similar avatar.
Post
I will. I got
them
you.
everywhere. Send them to left lane. Send them everywhere.
We got it.
Send it out. Send out the troops, man.
Yeah, I went down every rabbit hole there were to go down at one time, to the point where I just stopped. I just stopped with it because it's a little bit exhausting, isn't it? And beyond
Yeah,
that, you realize that,
good stuff, though, man.
you realize that the deceivers
Sorry.
also enjoy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say the deceivers keep putting out these half truths things. Like there's loads of things out there that, oh, there's a little bit of truth in there because it doesn't seem to stick unless there's some truth in it. And then I don't know. I always use that analogy that there's like, if you can imagine there's a rabbit hole and it's got all the juicy stuff in the middle. I mean, in a big field. What the deceivers tend to do is just put 1,000 around it. And it's like, I don't know, at some point I just started calling it truth or shit. Because it's just like, oh, more truth or shit. I just couldn't be doing with it. It's like, oh my God. Oh, this is now this now. And it's like, I felt that way with the Tartaria stuff. I just thought, this sounds like, I don't know. It just never felt right to me. Because people were saying, mud flood, it's a mud flood. And I was like, mud flood? What? It didn't make any sense because, well, if there was a flood, wouldn't there just be sediment anyway?
Yeah, I don't. Tartaria has a lot of disinformation, for sure.
It just didn't make sense to me. I know some things resonate, don't they?
Yeah, but don't you think that could all be metaphor? I think they still speak in metaphor because a mud flood is, to me, it's happening right now with all the flooding of the information that can't discern themselves what's true and false. I mean, they're even believing CGI is real. So
yeah.
I mean, that was my thought. I mean, I looked into that years ago too. It was just like, okay, this is not what it seems. It has to be something different because that's what they do. It's like they put stuff out, but it really means something else. And then all the people that believe it for literal are going to, go and do their videos, take it. And then everybody that sees it for something else is going to look into it. And I just see it as all for something else. And after the mud flood pictures came out and all that stuff, they did flood the news feed with all kinds of just BS bullshit that overwhelmed the population.
It talks about a civilization that civilizations far more established than ours have gone, which perfectly describes Tartaria. And that God is was constantly wiping out these nations. So it's like not necessarily just a mud flood, but it's just maybe one of the many types of catastrophes that God produced in order to erase these cities from the face of the earth.
Well, something that's interesting is
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, looking, doing all the research that I do, it's like God, I mean, the creator, I believe in a creator, don't get me wrong. But the creator itself, I don't believe is the God they're describing in the Bible. That's a power structure. So yes, the God, in my opinion, is the power structure. And yes, they destroy populations. They destroy people. They destroy their minds. They do all this stuff to reset societies because it didn't work what they tried to begin with.
Well,
if that makes sense.
The thing I was
You're breaking up, Jeremy.
say to what
You're breaking up.
Still breaking up, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And said was,
Well,
go
my
ahead.
book isn't the Bible, but I do think that God, did the stuff He says He did. As far as the Bible being absolutely right about who He is, I don't think they are. But it is Scripture, so.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that scripture is false. I'm just saying that I mean, it's my understanding that the God in the Bible is not the creator itself. Because the creator itself didn't separate heaven and earth. Man did. Like, it's all one thing to me. We're all connected, right? I look up and see the sun and the moon and the stars. It's right there. It's connected to my reality. It's not separate.
I'm
You
sorry,
see what
but
I
how
mean?
can humankind separate the waters and the lands and skies?
I think you mean because of sin, right? The consequence of sin.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they told us they were all separate, and they're not. I mean, to me, this one place that we live in is all one big thing. Nothing is separated here. I mean,
Except God.
You're separated from everyone else, aren't you? You're a soul.
I'm separate, yes, from everybody else, but I can also connect to them too. I'm connecting to you right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not totally unconnected. You see what I mean? It's like, and this is throughout our whole entire lives. I mean, you can walk out in the backyard and see a bug. At that particular moment, you're connected to that bug because you're watching it. You're observing it. I mean, that's the connection that we have with this place. And man has wanted to dissect this whole entire realm and separate every minute piece of it to where we're not connected to it anymore. And I think that's what Genesis did. That's just my understanding of it. But if you read it for what it is, it tells you you're connected to all of it. You see what I mean? Like, that's why I think the God in the Bible is not the creator. That's just my perspective. And I could be wrong, but, that's my perspective.
Yeah.
I wanted to
everyone's welcome to their own opinion. I mean,
it's all good. You're entitled to that, and it's all good. No judgment for me. But I wanted to go back to Jeremy because I was busy. But the reason I don't believe that the Sumerians Kings list is accurate, I mean, there's many reasons, because there's other accounts regarding the same characters listed there, and the Sumerians at the end of the day were descendants. If you believe the chronology in the Bible, the Sumerians are descendants of Noah. And they came after Noah, and then what they did is they twisted the biblical account and embellished it and added their own, basically they made up their own story in line with the biblical account. But the characters in the Sumerian Kings list actually break down like this. So the number 6 on the Sumerian King list is Gilgamesh.
Hold on, real quick.
All right.
So you got this whole Kings list thing. That's just a story they made up, and that's not like real.
No, it's real. It's based on some truth, but they've embellished it. Because what they've done is they've deified human beings. They've deified them, right? You understand? So, like, for example, in the Sumerian King list, the number 1 king on the King's list, his name is Utu, which is the biblical Ham. Ham is literally Noah's son, his oldest son, who was a giant, mind you. Noah, his stature was antediluvian human. He was a giant, and all his sons were giants compared to everybody that came afterwards. And they all lived like almost 1,000 years, Noah and his sons. Right? So second on the Sumerian King list is Meshkigangesher. And I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. That's the biblical Cush, who Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, and Canaan were all sons of Ham. and they all basically reestablish the earth after the flood in Africa, in North Africa. So Mitzrayim colonized Egypt. There was, mind you, there was uninhabited, but there was already antediluvian structures there, like the pyramids. So all they did was re-inhabit it. And then the number 3 is in Merkur. And Merkur is the biblical Nimrod, who built the Tower of Babel, right? And who was mad at God and tried to literally build a tower because he was like psychotic. Number 4 is Lugambanda, who's also the biblical Chadalaumer. Number 5 is Damuzid, who's known as Tammuz in the Egyptian mythos. So number 5 is Tammuz, who was like a goat man. In the Greek, they call him Pan. Now, I believe Pan was a real guy. He was some sort of hybrid of goat and man. And even in Israel, there's a tourist attraction. There's a cave called Pan's Cave, and it's at the base of Mount Hermon. Now, Mount Hermon used to be a Nephilim stronghold prior to the flood. It was like where the 200 watchers came down and made a pact that they were gonna go through, and whatever consequences came afterwards, it was what it was. They all made a pact. And that's the same mountain that Jesus actually transfigured in front of his apostles. And it's also in the bottom of that mountain, there's a cave with an altar that is very old, and apparently it's Pan's altar, where he used to sacrifice children on that altar, and the blood would pool up and actually drip all the way down to the river nearby. It's a tourist attraction, and it's still there, and all these myths still exist. I believe Pan was a real guy. You know, you hear about the guy with the pipe. What's it called? You know how he leads everybody astray with the music.
The Piper of Hamlin.
Yeah, that guy. That's Pan right there. That's Tammuz, the goat man. He's number 5 on the Sumerian kings list. Number 6 is Gilgamesh. Now, Gilgamesh does not pop up in the biblical account, but he does pop up in the Sumerian epic, Epic of Gilgamesh, who actually befriended this goat man. And Gilgamesh was a giant. There's statues of him holding a full-grown lion in his arms like it's a kitty, right? I believe Gilgamesh existed too. I know it sounds like fantasy, but and far-fetched, but I believe this guy was a real guy. Apparently in 2003, I don't know how true this is, but in 2003, when we invaded Iraq, the U.S. government was after ancient relics that they had just discovered, so they actually pillaged the museum. They had proxy like soldiers that they hired, Afghan or Iraqi soldiers that they hired to pillage the Iraqi museum of all ancient Babylonian relics, including like ancient tablets and all this stuff. But apparently I don't know how true it is, but they found the body of Gilgamesh in a tomb somewhere in Iraq. And it looked like it was, it had samples of DNA that they could retrieve and clone him. Now, if they're doing that, I don't know. He could already have been cloned. He could have been cloned for 15 years now, for all we know. So yeah, this Sumerian kings list is not, they're telling you that each one of these guys is 20,000 years old. That's bullshit. Only for the simple fact that Gilgamesh is dead. He didn't live 20,000 years. The earth isn't even as old. 13,000 years max. But if you read, some of the Gilgamesh, some of the Sumerian tablets, there's so many tablets.
Well, of course you.
I'm taking with the
Well, of course you don't think they could be that old if you don't think the Earth. Go ahead.
3000 BC. You go, Jim.
No, I was gonna say, of course you don't think these guys are that old if you don't think the Earth's that old.
Well, the thing is, these guys match up with other characters in history, like the Tower of Babylon, right? That matches up perfect with Nimrod, and Nimrod and this guy in Merkur is credited to do the same thing. He did the same thing. It's under a different name because it's a different language. You know what I'm saying? But even when you read the accounts here, Noah, Unatipsim, in the Noah's name in the Sumerian was Unaptipsim, something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. But there's hold on, give me a second while I find this tablet.
Bro, if you're like a Bible believer, and I don't know why this is hard for you. Didn't they used to have humans living thousands of years?
No, the oldest human that ever lived was 969 years, and it was Methuselah. And he actually, Enoch prophesied that at his death, a week later, the flood would come. So back then, everybody was waiting for him to die, and they're like checking up on him, like, "Are you feeling all right? Like, are you good?" And he literally died, and then a week later, the flood came.
I mean, if the whole world knew the flood was coming, why did just this one guy only build the ark? Like, if we knew right now a flood was coming, we would sink all our money into boats on some water world thing.
I don't know how many people would have been like, "Nah, there's no flood coming. That's a bunch of fear mongering."
Yeah, they didn't
Who
believe
knows?
it. Noah was warning people.
Yeah, but how many? Go ahead.
Noah was warning people for his whole life, basically, or not his whole life, but for 120 years, Noah was warning people, and they didn't believe him. And then it took him 5 years to build the ark. And during those 5 years he was building the ark, they thought he was a loony. Like, they thought he was crazy. They continued partying and having orgies and frolicking, and the next, it started raining. It had never had rain before. It never had rain before. It started raining for the first time ever. Because back then, what gave water to the plants was the dew of the morning dew. It was like a mist that would go over the land in the morning, and that's what gave water to the plants. Prior to that, it had never rained. And there was a vapor canopy back then that we no longer have a vapor canopy anymore.
It'd be the equivalent of like if some guy right now was like, "Yo, guys, what,
You're breaking up, brother.
come in like 20 years or when somebody dies or something," and what you're saying, that makes sense.
Yo, you literally broke up for like the last 30 seconds. Couldn't hear nothing. So in the Sumerian kings list and marker, Nimrod is named as the first king. Nimrod was the first king following the flood. The car in the name and marker means the hunter, just as the Bible calls Nimrod the mighty hunter. And marker also founded the exact same cities as in the Sumerians' writings as Nimrod founded in the biblical account. Those cities are Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, where you get the Akkadians, Kaunet, and the grand temple to the god Enki in Eridu, known also as the Tower of Babel in Shinar, or modern-day Iraq. And marker is technically preceded in the Sumerian king list by Meskigasher, the biblical Cush, Utu, the biblical Ham, and finally Uptanipshtim, the biblical Noah. They are in that order perfectly in the Sumerian kings list, just as the Bible lists them in Hebrew. Both Enkidu and Gilgamesh are listed as the third and fourth, or fourth and fifth kings of Uruk, according to the Sumerian kings list. Both were friends and actually ruled and took journeys together at that same time. Enkidu's name means created by Enki. The Sumerian kings list called Enkidu Dumuzid, and Dumuzid would later become the word Tammuz in Egypt, the part man, part goat creature depicted in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Enkidu is the product of Semiramis, also known as Inanna or Ishtar, the lust goddess. She is also Nimrod's wife. And this goat man was birthed by ritual sex magic with Enki. Yeah, but this is all complicated, bro. And a lot of people aren't even gonna believe this.
What are you reading from?
Just a book I have regarding all this. It says Nimrod's real son between Nimrod and Inanna, Semiramis, is Mardin, later known as Marduk, when he was deified, who dies in battle. This goatman abomination, Enkidu Tammuz, later called the god Pan, is claimed by the Sumerians themselves to be the product of some type of intense sexual ritual, where the Enki impregnates Nimrod's wife, also known as Enmarker's wife.
Heavy.
It's just what it is. It's just different
Some
languages for the
bestial
same
vibes
people.
here. Somebody's how does it become cross goat?
What happened? I didn't
Oh,
understand.
I'm just saying, right? What's the right of magic or sorcery or whatever that is allowing a person to be part goat when they're born?
You know what? I always wondered that myself.
Does it involve something to do with goat and person?
No, I think it has something to do with genetic tampering and I don't know, man. We don't give these people enough credit. You know, they might have had technology that we're just finding out now how to do, but they might have had that because it was revealed to them by angels or aliens, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, we don't even want to consider alternatives here, and that's part of like why this is a difficult topic to really get to the bottom of. Because yeah, obviously test tubes and all that stuff is a nice idea, but as for direct hybridization, I'm not sure like if there's a better method than what's already scratch tested. But that would be sick and weird and ungodly as such, right? I don't know. Yeah. Are there other things that can be involved here, like where it doesn't involve like a actual like procreation with animals?
It's not like they copulated with animals. That's not how they did things. It was more like literally genetic tampering.
Okay. They were gene editing.
Yeah, they were gene editing, and how they did that, nobody knows. Like we don't
Right.
have
So
the details.
have you ever heard?
So again, don't you think this is metaphor? We are all born under a different zodiac sign, and their personalities,
Nah,
traits, and everything else.
nope. I think it's literal.
Well, you can think that. I just don't think that. I think it's all an explanation of. It's a good explanation of how this place works.
I think it's just like this. The idea of in the Gilgameshian epic, Enkidu is like a beast man. He's a bestial dude, like a beast man, like half man, half beast, right?
Like he literally had goat horns, like protruding out of his skull. Like it wasn't like metaphor. Like he literally had.
Well, don't they say that like Moses had like a horn growing out of his head or something?
No, that's
Yeah.
Jerome's mistranslation of the Hebrew. Because the thing
Yeah,
is,
but he's depicted as having horns, and he was
that was a
yeah.
mistranslation.
But they're all based on zodiac signs, and this is how we are as human beings. We are part beast. We are
I have
part
seen
everything
like,
else because we have anger. We have all these, and it's explained through all these stories.
The ancient world is a lot weirder than it is today, and we just can't fathom it. We think it's too sci-fi-ish for us to, it's just too far out for us to believe it. That's all it is. Truth is reality stranger than fiction.
Well, the thing is, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear, brother.
So the thing is, I have no doubt we were more advanced at one point in human history. So this whole genetic modification thing is definitely a possibility in my worldview. Because I mean, you're familiar with Graham Hancock, so you know that Plato dates Atlantis being right at right at the meltwater pulse 1b, where when they the event that said this
Yeah, like
made the sea
10,000 years
level
ago.
rise. So I mean, that Plato dated it. He had no idea about that date. He would have never known about meltwater pulse 1b. So
The thing with Plato's got his history from an Egyptian sorcerer whose name was Manetho or Maneto. Again, just like the
well, the story
Sumerians.
is Plato got it.
Go ahead.
So hold on. The story is Plato got it from who's the guy that begins with an S? Another historian or something, or his dad or some shit. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, maybe his dad was the one who got it from the Egyptian pharaoh. I mean, sorcerer. But it's
Well,
go ahead. Go on.
the story goes that Plato got it from a very specific person. Sorry, his name began with an S or something. I can't remember. Either way, though, that guy wouldn't have known about meltwater pulse 1b as much as Plato would have
Solon.
known about it. So
Solon. So who's Solon? I forget.
Solon, the guy Plato got his dating for Atlantis from, that's the guy. Good job, whoever said that.
So I have Maneto and Solon. Let me see what I can find here. Solon. Solon was an Athenian statesman, constitutional lawmaker, and poet. Unlike Aristotle and Herodias, Plato outlines a somewhat reductive portrait of Solon as a poet and wise man, but as a legislator in his dialogues of maturity, Plato repeatedly counts Solon among the greatest of the past, those who through reforming the politia have fixed their state body's identity. Interesting. So I guess it's a mixture of Solon and Maneto because, I mean, most of Egyptian history is based on Maneto's testimony or where he got it from. It's been passed down from generation to generation through Egyptian lineage. And I know Plato got a lot of his information from Egypt. And especially the Atlanteus or the Atlantean era and all that stuff, that was mostly he got that information from Egypt, from what I understand. Hello? Still there? Maybe not.
Yeah, I was talking for 5 minutes on mute. What did you guys
Nothing.
hear?
I was like, where's everybody at?
Fucking A. I just said a whole long speech. I was like, wow, no one interrupted. It was a miracle. So yeah, either way, this gives credence to Atlantis, and if you're buying the Atlantis story, we could have been more advanced, whatever you want to take that word for, in the past, than we think we were at least. So, I mean, they're already finding that out. So I feel like that's not even a debate anymore, but. And I have no doubt they got the datings all messed up. Their dating shit is all messed up, bro. The only reason the pyramids were even dated for the time they are is because the guy Zahi Hawass was like, yo, nobody else could have built megalithic structures at that time, before this time. So it must be from this. In the meantime, the Egyptians didn't write anything down about building a pyramid. There's no writings or carvings or hieroglyphs or anything about the building of this pyramid. And that would have been a major feat. They would have chiseled that shit in stone everywhere like they were. But damn, I forgot where I was going.
Well, I know for a fact that the Egyptian pyramids are antediluvian, just because I'm from Boston, or I'm from Mass, and my friend is an archaeologist, and he had a teacher named Robert Schock.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with Shock.
Yeah, Schock, basically he's in the fringe, but he says that the pyramids are antediluvian and the Sphinx.
Bro, he's mainstream. He went fringe when he said what he said about the Sphinx, but he was mainstream, yeah.
But like when you look at all the other megalithic structures, it's like, well, all these look antediluvian if you think about it, because there's no way that like after the flood that humans would have built any of that, bro. We've been rebuilding civilization since the flood, and we still haven't got to the technological peak that we had prior to the flood, because apparently before the flood there was all kinds of like kinetic war going on, bro, like actual weapons and ships and shit, like things that like history is not what we think it is, bro. Like we weren't like Neanderthal, like Cro-Magnon and Homo erectus, and you know what I'm saying, like
Well, the
coming out
story
of
they
the
got,
Sahara. No, that's not what happened, bro.
the story they got pinned right now is nothing happened. Humans been around for about 200,000 years. That's their story. And for the first 194,000 years, nothing happened. Just nothing. And then all of a sudden, ancient Sumeria out the woodwork with society. Here you go, guys. Everything you need. All in one shot. Boom. Just like that, overnight. So imagine humans just doing nothing for the first 194,000 years. Does that sound like something we would do? I don't think so.
No, man, but under the pyramid there seems to be this is underground shaft under the pyramid that they know about, but they haven't revealed to the public yet. Hold on, let me just start posting some crazy
Bro, they
shit.
stopped letting us fuck around over there. Dude, archaeology, they don't want to dig anymore, bro. Every time they dig now, they keep finding shit that ruins their paradigm. They don't want to dig, dude. They do not want any archaeology happening anywhere ever, because it absolutely starts ruining their story about history, their history story.
You know how they say Göbekli Tepe is only 10% uncovered?
Yeah.
It's been like 10% uncovered for the past 12 years. It's like, when are you
Yeah,
gonna
because
dig the rest out?
bro, well, they got that area as that area is under like war or some shit now, supposedly. So yeah, it's not safe to dig. They don't want us digging. They don't want us digging, dude. I'm telling you. Anyone that wants to preserve the mainstream paradigm of how history went down does not want to be digging up shit like that. They want to be finding dinosaur bones and bullshit and not digging up these ancient megalithic structures because they keep blowing the doors off their paradigm.
This is a leaked image. Now I don't know how credible it is again, but this stuff right here shows like what's underneath the Great Pyramid. And there seems to be like an aquifer or like some sort of like underground chasm filled with water underneath the pyramid. They released that recently, like that the pyramids were built over some sort of aquifer or something like that.
I mean, bro, you're not just gonna build that thing anywhere. You know what I mean? You're not gonna be like, oh, I want to build a giant, most biggest fucking structure ever. Where do we? I just slap it anywhere, wherever you guys feel like. No, that's gonna be put in a very specific location. I'm telling you, Carl Monk the code, bro. He's got all this shit linked together, dude. All these megalithic structures, they all link together. He didn't make up no fairy tale bullshit math. He's using all real numbers, despite what Kosho says.
You got constants you ain't never heard of.
Like Kosho was trying to fight me because he used the number 2 at Stonehenge. I'm like, dude, there's 2 different sets of stones. Why can't he use the number 2? I don't know. Got to fight for the paradigm to hold true. So you can't have. They can never have all these megalithic structures be linked. That would absolutely demolish, pretty much all of history, right there. All of history gets demolished if all these megalithic structures get linked together. So
right. Well, it's all that they had a way of of making a prime meridian, based on their ancient prime meridian, which would have been before Greenwich. So, whatever. And then they would have been able to use this type of I guess early trig or something. I don't know what they're doing really, but they're able to kind of project just using sort of a short form of numbers to describe the position of where it is in that grid, and then they build a structure that symbolizes that that address in some kind of iconic way. I guess that's that. I'm trying to sum up the Karl Monk code idea. You think does that do it right or fuck it up? But he's dealing with it in a rectilinear way.
Yeah, that was
so.
pretty good. That was good.
But he works out it in radians too. A lot of it works in radians. So like if you reinterpreted Karl Monk's the code from a central polar azimuthal position, it might be different than how he's interpreting it on a rectilinear grid, Mercator style.
Oh yeah, he's a glober. Nah, he uses the globe. Yeah, no,
He's
but
a glober. What do you make of the?
This guy's a hardcore glober. Yeah.
Part 3 of Karl Monk's the code, if you've watched that, Gem, is some part where he makes a correlation between something on the sun, something on the moon, something on Mars, something on Jupiter, the red eye, Olympus Mons, like all these features, the eye of Neptune, like that they're all consistent within this certain area of the place. Did you see that part? That was really interesting.
These are elongated skulls that I posted, but I'm trying to find some more goodies in here.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of what I was salviated out. I think I kind of interpreted that as like a Marge Simpson head. But
I heard you earlier this morning talking about it. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Nice. I hadn't thought about this in so long until you brought your experience up, and then I kind of just like tried to understand it. I drew it and I posted it in chat. A little sketch. Yeah, so it's interesting too. Other people bring up the Florida stuff, the gopher wood, that whole thing. There's apparently some kind of stuff in the Karl Monk the Code. I want to say it's the second one, but I don't remember. About the Panther Creek or something like that. And there's apparently like some kind of like a some sort of cats, and he makes an, I guess he's making a kind of a jump, but he's saying that it's sort of like done up like Egypt, sort of with the Sphinx facing the cats facing rising sun or something, or whatever. However that works, it's the same orientation. But then also like Native Americans also like had some idea of this too. In Ohio, actually, I want to say that Secrets in Plain Sight might have something on that too. Earthen pyramidal cultures, stuff that was like I guess they didn't have the same kind of stone technology. They kind of built something more mound. Pretty easy to do. Mound cultures. I think those all kind of like line up to Orion, though. The ones in the North America. It's weird, but even like you read about Al Bundy,
Timothy Alberino.
When he's talking about like people from India and stuff, he's like, those guys were really fucking far ahead. I don't even get what they're talking about. I think he thought that, and I think at that period of time he might have been at like the top end intellectual, like
some of these Star Childs, bro. You know about the Star Childs?
Are you talking about the reptilian concept of?
They found these skulls, bro, that they don't know what the
skull.
hell they are, dude.
The various Star Child skulls, yeah, with higher bone density, some kind of like crazy vein structure in the skull that breaks a carbon disc, Dremel tool, a double thick skull, huge eye sockets. Not human DNA. But you know what? Address this, man. Shotgun DNA techniques and archaeo DNA fucking extractions, right? They have to throw in a fucking. It's like they're injecting something into the slurry to kind of give it something. It's like they're adding something to it. I wonder about the shotgun technique. It was like Lloyd Pye had to hunt around and forever to like find somebody who could do the lab technique at a price that he could afford or fundraise. And he could barely do that until Forrester, I think, finally got the stuff back, and then he had to run through the same guy to do the Paracas skull. I'm just like wondering about the technique itself, like as far as if it's going to give us like reliable information.
With the DNA testing?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know enough about DNA to really comment on that, but I know it was like officially sent to multiple labs, independent labs, and even some of the sent skulls, like, but he stopped sending skulls because they would end up going missing. Like they would just go missing.
Anyway, the original Star Child allegedly found in a mine somewhere alive, or no, it was found with a woman or something like that. Like a woman was holding it in a mine shaft or something like that, and then that was discovered by a couple, and then they brought that to Lloyd Pye. Yeah, because Lloyd Pye was already somebody who was into cryptids. I don't know. It's a little suspect, but I mean, where are you going to bring something like this? Smithsonian?
Also, here's a history of the Emerald tablets. I mean, I don't know. Kind of a
How do we verify the tablature? Like, isn't that somewhere just in the Vatican Library on like the 5th underground floor? You know, they got like armed guards in front of it. You think they got like underground places where they keep these sort of X-Men?
I mean, if there's some like newspaper articles going back to the 1800s where they found giants in America, and there's cases where the Smithsonian Museum came and like just confiscated it all. So like, I definitely believe they exist.
Like if there were still people with giant skulls walking around.
It says a translation by Isaac Newton is found among his alchemical papers that are currently housed in King's College Library, Cambridge University, regarding the Emerald tablets. So there's like official like historical documentation going all the way back to the 1st century of these Emerald tablets being translated from the original. Now, when you track it, the furthest back is Alexander the Great, from what I've been able to find.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think about? Is it emerald that they're made out of?
Well, the original ones allegedly. This is the weird thing, is that the original ones were found by Alexander the Great when he pillaged Egypt. I guess inside the Great Pyramid of Giza, there was an Atlantean chamber, like a opening inside like a little room inside the Great Pyramid, and in it they found relics, and among the relics were these stone tablets, bro, similar to what you find in the scriptures regarding stone tablets, and they were made out of emerald. And the weirdest thing is that they were written in Phoenician Hebrew, or ancient Hebrew.
Okay.
But it was written in ancient Hebrew by a pagan god. That's what's even weirder, bro. And I mean, I believe the pyramids are antediluvian, so these tablets were most likely antediluvian. Unless they were written during the time of right before the Tower of Babel fell, and the nations were split up.
Have you seen pictures of them? I think I've seen like
I think there's fake
impressions or
pictures
like,
of them, but I don't think I've
they
seen
look
any
like.
real pictures.
And the thing is, like, I don't think like emerald forms in a big tabular sheet like that, like where you're just gonna be able to extract a tablet of it. Well, like it would be.
Don't you think it's possible though that they created a lot of these tourist attractions, which is what they are, moneymaker, prior to commercial air flights, and just sold them to us as ancient?
No, we don't have the emerald tablets. Nobody knows where they're at. Somebody has them in their private collection somewhere in the world. Probably somebody in the upper.
So how do you
echelon
know
of
they
society.
exist? I mean,
Because
this is like
there's
Yeah, but
records going back to Alexander the Great, and even Isaac Newton transcribed them.
yeah, but there's records going back to the moon landing too. But we don't buy that because they didn't go. So I mean, you have to discern all the bullshit they put out for us.
No, yeah. Absolutely, you got to be discernful. Absolutely, that's a given.
The story's already so good. Why do we need the real thing? It might upset, things. If we discovered that they're not made out of emerald, maybe they're just made of some kind of glass slag because people were like experimenting in metallurgy or something like that. The alchemists, maybe they do those kinds of things. But maybe they're real emerald. That could be, inscribed somehow.
Well, Isaac Newton transcribed, I don't believe were the original emerald tablets. I believe he just translated a copy of them from one language to the other. I don't think he had the original tablets in his possession ever.
Like, because you can get emerald green glass slag for sure. But trying to etch
I
something
mean,
in
I
earth.
think that
Cool.
we're able to debunk a lot of this ancient stuff if we just look into how all this ancient history was just kind of all of a sudden discovered. You know, they dug it up or whatever. And I remember seeing something with my dad back in the day when I was little. We was watching some, I guess it was National Geographic something or other, and they were supposedly showing a site that they were digging up or whatever, but it had scaffolding and everything. And I told my dad right then, I was like, they're not digging it up, they're building it. And he's like, no, they're digging it up. And I was like, why do they have all that stuff there? That's for building. And he brushed it off. He like, you know, didn't believe what I saw. Because I was a kid. I was questioning it back then, you know?
Mhm.
I mean, they can deceive us all the time with all kinds of stuff.
The thing is, like, it's good to be skeptic, right? It's good to be skeptical, but at a point, like, we know that the pyramids weren't built by Egyptian slaves. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, they in the 1600s, according to their own technology, they had ways of pouring concrete and other stuff. So why couldn't they have just put the molds out and poured it?
Because they were
I mean, they had that ability.
each block weighed
No,
100,000
no.
pounds.
That's what they told us. But why couldn't they have poured it and made it a lot easier on themselves?
They could
They
have.
had the technology.
They could have formed them in place and just basically had a bucket line of cement or something.
No, they could have, but they would have had to have done that every 6 minutes for like
Well, the
20
kind
years.
of
How do you know
cement
that?
mixture.
How do you know that? Yeah.
Because there's over 1 million blocks, and each one weighs like 100,000 pounds. But it's not even like that they poured it, because they know the quarry where they came from. They've done the analysis of the mineral rock that it is.
We don't
And
honestly know when it was
quarry is
built.
like miles
or
and
who-
miles away. They know where they carved it
We
out
just have the stories they told us. That's all we have. You can
Well,
choose
yeah.
to believe them or not believe them. And
But absolutely, listen, I understand your skepticism, but if you're gonna be consistent, you have to use that skepticism with everything that you know right now. So unless you went and tested it yourself, right? You have
I use
to
that
you have to be consistent
skepticism
with
with
everything that you know in your
everything I
life
know
right now,
right.
everything that you know to be true. You have to be consistent with your skepticism, otherwise you'd be a hypocrite.
No, I am absolutely skeptical of everything, just the same. I mean, like even some of the mainstream media news events happening right now. If you actually look at it, my daughter is a paramedic. She tells me the stories of real life, and I see none of those in all of those events. None of those. No paramedic would act like that. No paramedic would let a real person in real life, you know, carry somebody to a hospital or whatever. They intervene. The police intervene. They keep everybody away. Try to pull over and take a picture of a wreck on the highway to where you can get a picture of a dead body. Try that one and see how you get stopped.
For example,
It
right?
doesn't happen in real life.
I don't know if Narcan actually works on opiate overdoses. I've never tried it myself. I've never witnessed anybody come out of an opiate overdose using Narcan. So I could be, if I was used to use your skepticism, I would be like, oh, I don't know Narcan works. You know what I mean? How do I know that works? Because I read it somewhere, because somebody told me so.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
no, but you're missing my point, though. Next time you see a wreck on the highway, try to stop and try to go film it and get the pictures of whoever's coming out of the vehicles or whatever. The police will stop you. The paramedics will stop you. The fire department will stop you because they respect the injured and dead. That doesn't happen on TV. That's what I'm saying. So we have to be skeptical of a lot of things, not just ancient history.
But I'm with you. I don't believe in the moon landings. I don't believe we ever went to space. You know, I'm a geocentrist. Like, I'm with you. Trust me. But some of this stuff just takes discernment. You know, you can't really prove it.
Right. So therefore, you can't actually believe it. That's my
I agree.
perspective.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I can't prove any of this, and and honestly, I don't really believe it like 100%. It's just I'm putting it out there as interesting thought. You know, conspiracy. You know.
No, I'm with you on that. I don't have a problem with you talking about it or anything. But I mean, there's other people's perspective, like with the pyramids or whatever. They did have the technology back in the 1600s to pour concrete and other things. They could have mixed all kinds of things together and make resin or whatever the pyramids are made of.
Absolutely. You
And
know
just
what? Let me
poured
show
it.
you a photo real quick. I'm with you, sister. Listen, I'm with you. Peep this. What's that look like to you? That's part of my gallery.
Well, to me, I would interpret that as creation, a man and a woman coming together. But that's just me. It's all symbolic.
No, but what I'm trying to say, like at one point, that was molten, or that was at least soft enough so they can, it was malleable enough so that they could fit it in that spot, and then it hardened. And over time, like concrete only gets harder over time. So what a lot of these blocks, these megalithic blocks, yeah, I'll give it to you. They might have been liquid or molten at one point through some technology that they had. But even then, it's remarkable that they had that technology, whatever it was. And it's not like mixing cement either. Because this was
I
like
think we
lava
still
or
have
granite.
that technology, whatever it is. They've just hidden it from us because we've moved on to a tech society, and they don't want us to have that information anymore. This is what they do to us. It's like, all the building structures or whatever that back in the day, like you can go to your courthouse or whatever. It's built different than any other building in your city or whatever. But we have to live in wooden houses because it sells, and we have to replace stuff, and it's a moneymaker. This is what they've done throughout our entire lives, is take something that works and would last forever and turn it into something that will only last for so long, so therefore constantly spend money on it.
You'll see stuff like this in South America. Like it looks like these blocks are just way too, like there's literally no space between the blocks, and it almost looks like at one point these blocks are poured in place. Just the way that they're formed, the way the walls are shaped. But it's not like cement though. It's a different like this was more like lava. Like it was liquid rock that turned hard after they heated it up, you know what I'm saying, and let it cool. Unlike concrete where you mix silica and calcium and lye, and then it turns hard after a while. This is different than that. It's a different chemistry altogether. Some theorize that they had giant like lenses that they would concentrate the sun's energy and heat up these rocks, but even then, that's just speculation. I really don't know how they did this.
But again, we don't even know if it's true.
What?
Have you seen this rock in person?
No.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we get a lot of pictures, but we don't see it in real life.
I feel you, but so I say you gotta be discerning because like Half the stuff that I see on the internet, I've never seen in real life. Actually, 90% of the stuff I see on the internet, I've never seen in real life, including the pyramids and all the ancient ruins.
No, I mean, that's just what I'm saying. It's like we get all this stuff on the internet. We want to believe it, but then when it comes down to proving it for yourself, it's hard to do. So, a lot of people have seen the pyramids. I believe they exist. I'm not arguing that at all. But to say that they were built back in such and such a year and everybody, you know, a 1,000,000-pound stones or whatever, that's questionable because there's no proof of that.
Well, the antediluvian, you don't believe that the pyramids are antediluvian? Is that what you're saying? Or like before the flood?
No, I don't.
Well,
I don't even know if there was a flood.
That comes
but-
from experts that study geology. Now, I'm not a geologist, so I can't tell you, but when I've read about it, like and I've seen pictures between rain erosion, even rain erosion that's thousands of years old versus rocks that were submerged in the water. And both the Sphinx, the Great Pyramids of Giza, and many other megalithic structures show erosion consistent with them being submerged in the water, not rain erosion. And when's the last time that Egypt was submerged in the water in our history? This is what Randall Carlson, Graham Hancock, Robert Schoch, experts in their fields are saying. Now, mind you, that even amongst geologists, they debate this stuff, and archaeologists, they debate this stuff. But I side with them on this matter.
So, do you believe in carbon dating then?
No. Carbon
So
dating
why
is
would you
only consistent
Okay,
up to
so
6,000 years old. And even then
Okay.
it can be thrown off by ash and volcanic eruptions and fires because of the carbon.
Okay, so why would you believe the basically another form of carbon dating with all these structures?
It's not about carbon dating. It's about how the rock actually looks.
Yeah, but
Comparing.
it is technically dating something. It's just a different form. It's not carbon dating, but it's just a dating of different form. But you believe that.
Yeah, because if, like I said, it's when you look at the rock and you compare and contrast with water erosion or rain erosion and
No,
water
I
that,
understand exactly what you're
Yeah.
saying, but carbon dating has its things that you look at too, but you don't believe that as true.
No, I don't believe in carbon dating because logically it doesn't make
Right.
any sense
So
when you
so
break
you
it
have to
down.
look at this technology or whatever with these stones with the same logic as you do the carbon dating. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, because carbon dating has been debunked. This hasn't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can have it rain for thousands of years. It's not the rock ain't gonna look like a rock that's been underwater. Until you can mimic that with rainwater, then I'll be like, all right, you're onto something.
So what does rocks look like underwater?
Well, you'd have to compare, thousands of samples. I've looked at the pictures because they've done studies on this. Like they've presented PowerPoint presentations where they've shown, many, like I'm not gonna say thousands, but they've shown them 20, 30 images and showing you the differences between rainwater erosion and erosion that's been submerged. Now I'm not an expert, so I'm taking their word for it. So
Right,
again,
but I mean,
you have
I've
to take
lived
some sort of a leap of faith, and
Yeah,
ultimately,
but I've lived in an area my whole life to where we have creeks and rivers and all the other stuff, and we call it creek rock. And all the rocks are smooth because the water has just, beaten them down over the years, and they're all smooth. And people dig up these creek rock to put in their, beds, in their backyards and all kinds of stuff, even in their driveways and stuff. And this just happens. It's not over millions of years. This is just an everyday thing.
I recommend you look at Randall Carlson's work because he does an insane job presenting this stuff. And it, like, that part of the Sahara looks like it's been carved up by water, like from one side of the continent to the other. Like, you can tell it's something catastrophic happened there. It's not just the Egyptian pyramids. It's the whole landmass that shows erosion.
Yeah, but what if the
like a cataclysmic
creator?
flood.
Okay, what if the creator just built this place to look like it did, with all these like the Grand Canyon and all the seven wonders of the world, to make us wonder?
Have you looked at all the trees, the petrified trees, how that look like they just snapped off, and all you have is trunks? Have you looked at that stuff yet?
I've looked into it or whatever, but that doesn't mean the Earth is 1,000,000 years old. It could have been created like that to make us wonder. And I think, even the story in the Bible about the wandering star, I think that's a metaphor for people like us that wonder about everything. That's just my opinion on it.
So
Because
the
we're
Bible
curious
is a
about
collection of.
everything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
The Bible is a collection of poetry, right? It's not all metaphors, similes, hyperbole. There's literal stuff in there. It's not just all figurative.
How do you discern the literal when there's dates in the Bible?
How do you discern the literal? Because it tells you straight up when it's literal, and it tells you when it's a metaphor. And then sometimes it'll use encoded language, but if you know the word from the beginning to the end of the book, you'll start learning the encoded language. Like you'll know what trees represent, what mountains represent, what bread represents, what water represents. And sometimes, if for whatever reason, if you haven't figured it out by the end of the book, what certain symbols mean, it tells you outright what it means. Well, the waters represent the peoples. But you need to have you need to actually read the book from the beginning to the end multiple times, and then get familiar with God to understand his, the encoded language there, because it's written like that on purpose.
I've found 5 layers in the Bible already. So and the last one that I found led straight to me personally. So it's written in a way to where everybody can get something out of it if they actually read it. Doesn't mean that they're on the level. I'm not saying I'm smarter than anybody else or whatever, but I'm just saying that it's not a literal book. It's a philosophical novel about this place and about us.
Well, the Bible records, a man surviving a cataclysmic flood, right? And on that ship were 8 people. And if you look at history with the Fertile Crescent, the cradle of civilization, where humanity restarted, right? It's consistent with anthropology, etymology, geology, all the fields regarding history are consistent with the biblical account. Now, they've tried.
No, I fully understand where you're coming from, because I broke this down, I don't know how many years ago, that it branched out into all the sciences in Genesis.
So this
with
is where
just the explanation of or the scripture itself or whatever. You could branch it out into all the fields of study basically, because they separated it. And they told you from the beginning they were separating the earth. Did. Because all this stuff goes together. I mean, we shouldn't learn all these things separately. We should learn all these things together because they are together from the beginning. Man is what separated everything to make it complicated, when in reality, this is a whole thing, and we should be learning all of it together. And now you have to have different fields of study, and unless you learn all the fields of study, you could never put it back to Genesis, ever, as a one thing.
So what do you think about Tartaria then? How much of that do you believe?
What aspects of it are you asking? Like all of it?
Just yeah. I mean, what do you believe? You don't have to believe all of it. I don't believe all of it.
I don't believe any of it. I don't think. Because when it came out sort of like Flat Earth did. All at once, all these pictures were on the internet, and it was just there for everybody to contemplate and take it for a ride. And a lot of people are still stuck in it. Like they're still, YouTubers or whatever that's completely all Tartaria now. And I think that's what it was for. I'm not saying there's not truth in it, though, because I think everything they put out has truth.
Are you a flat earther, or do you believe in a flat Earth?
I don't believe in the ball, but I don't know what this realm really is. I'm not calling it one thing or the other. I'm just saying I don't know.
You believe in space?
What, the space around me? Yeah, I
Outer
believe in the
space, or
space
like?
around me. No, I don't.
I'm just trying to get to know you. I
I
don't
mean,
really know what you
yes,
believe.
in metaphor, I do believe in outer space because everything outside of myself is space, right? Everything
mean-
outside of myself is outer space. So yes, I believe in that concept, but no, I don't believe we can go to the moon. So I think all the things in the sky are celestial beings. You can't land on them. They're just as much alive as we are, just probably in a different way.
All right, all right.
Yeah, I went down this rabbit hole years ago, so I've been on this journey for a while.
Yeah, well, from a chef's point of view, I'd say that all of the stars in the sky are the ingredients for recipe, and the recipe changes all the time. Like for someone's birth chart, that's a specific recipe.
No, I agree with that 100%, and that's what I said in the live stream chat because somebody brought up it was something, and I think that that's kind of what the Bible tells us too, as far as going through like all the different like horned people and goat people and all the other stuff that's in there. I think that's the zodiac signs that we were born under, and that makes our personalities and what we aspire to in life, blah blah blah, whatever. I think the stars and the planets are probably more important than they ever give credit for. I also think this is a way for every person to be born as an individual completely different from somebody else. I think that's an explanation for it.
Well, I'm just gonna read a little paragraph from this book I got regarding Nimrod. It says in Merkur and the Lord of Arata. Interesting. The Lord of Arata could very well be Noah, whose ark landed on Mount Ararat, but in the Sumerian it's not Ararat, it's Arata. And it's the Sumerian account of Nimrod and Noah. This is pretty insane because Nimrod wants, long story short, Nimrod wants Noah to bless the building of the Tower of Babel. And Noah wants nothing to do with it. And this is from the Sumerian account. So if these men were just, mythological men that never existed, you have different cultures talking about the same people and the same stories. Yeah, they differ a little bit over time, but it's basically the same story. So it says here, it says, it is a set of letters wherein the self-proclaimed king of all the earth in Merkur, aka Nimrod, is sending what he claims is his finest messenger from the area of Eridu to someone of grand spiritual importance in the mountains of Ararat. Even the messenger records that he is moving fast as the wind to cross mountain ranges and lands to carry Nimrod's messages and bring back Lord Arata's replies. In the first letter titled In Merkur and the Lord of Arata, in Merkur goes to great length to express that he is the builder or finisher of the grand city of Uruk, one of the sons of the chosen son in the lineage of Utu. probably Ham, the great and powerful king of earth, with much wealth, prosper, gold, silver, and fine things. And finally, that he is building a temple and tower in Eridu that he and Merkur claims will connect heaven to earth. In short, it reads as if this self-proclaimed king of the earth feels desperate to both impress and get approval from Lord Arata, probably Noah. Yet even in that desire to impress, and Marker comes across as possibly the most arrogant, puffed up, evil man alive. And let me see what this talks about it in here.
Don't you think that's a portrayal of man, though? I mean, that's what man wants, right? To be propped up in life and to have wealth.
It says in the actual tablets, it says, Lord Arata did not build for the holy Inanna, his wife and sister, because they had an incestual relationship. Let Arata build a temple brought down from heaven, your place of worship, as a shrine to Inanna, the holy place, the brick-built Kulaba, city of Uruk. Notes: Nimrod is starting by saying Noah and a group of people living in Arata or Ararat mountains with him have not helped him build his pagan worship site. Nimrod is upset about this. Now Nimrod wants a giant pagan tower. Let Arata skillfully fashion the interior of the holy Jepar, the pagan temple. Your, quote, Enki or Satan, it says Enki's abode. May Nimrod, the radiant youth, he says this because he is far younger than Noah and feels entitled because he has the stolen garments that once belonged to Noah. May I be embraced there by you. Let Arata or Noah submit beneath the yoke of Uruk. Let the people of Arata bring down for me the mountain stones from their mountain to build a great shrine for me. Erect the great abode for me. Make the great abode the abode of the gods. Make me famous. Make me prosper. Make the Abzu grow for me like a holy mountain. That's literally what the tablet actually says. Nimrod is demanding that his great-grandfather Noah now worship him, his gods, and help build his new mountain-sized temple in Eridu, also known as Babel. It is to be noted that his sister, who is also his main wife, Inanna, is a giant player in stirring up the problems and demands he is now giving Noah, who was peacefully living in the mountains. So, and this is what the actual tablet says. Thereupon the splendor of holy Anne, the lady of the mountains, the wise goddess Inanna, the lady of all the lands, called the Inmerker the son of Utu. Come, Inmerker, I shall offer you advice. Let my counsel be heeded. Choose from the troops as a messenger one who is eloquent of speech and endowed with endurance. He shall carry the important message of wise Inanna. Let the lands the messenger passes on the way to Arata humbly salute the important messenger we send like tiny mice. Arata shall build beneath the yoke of Uruk. The people of Arata shall bring down the mountain stones from their mountains and shall build a great shrine for you and erect a great abode for you. Will cause the great abode, the abode of the gods, to shine forth for you. Will make you flourish in Kulaba, also known as Uruk. Will make the Abzu grow for you like a holy mountain. They will make Eridu shine for you like the mountain range. Will cause the Abzu shrine to shine forth for you. When in the Abzu you utter praise from Eridu in lordship, you are adorned with the crown like a purified shrine placed on your head, the holy crowning Una Kulaba.
So, what's your interpretation of all this?
That this aligns with the biblical concept of the Tower of Babel, but it's from a pagan account.
Yeah, but the Tower of Babel is built by us.
Yeah,
Like, we want all this stuff. We want all these riches and houses and cars and all the other stuff. That's our Tower of Babel.
No. There was a legit, real tower, though. It's not just all metaphor. This is corroborating the biblical account from a pagan testimony. You know, it's a pagan account of the Tower of Babel.
I got
Yeah, but
issues with the Tower of Babel thing.
I do too. I really do. And I mean, the pagan account. The pagan, if you actually look into it, just means nature. It's not anything evil.
Hold on. How high? How high was this Tower of Babel supposedly?
Give me 1 second, brother. I got you. Give me 1 second. Figure out the dimensions right now.
I mean, could they not have just climbed a mountain? The point is, though, could they not have just went and climbed a mountain? Like, I don't know where they think they were going.
Yeah, they had to build this special thing to
There
get
was
high
like a
up.
big idol.
Was there
for
any
that.
like nearby mountains?
No, there was mountains,
Huh?
but it's not the same because the fact that they built it, they felt like they were invincible, like they were the best in the world, like nobody has ever built anything like this before, and they were like, it was like a big idol for them.
Yeah, but they built it because they were going to war with God, right? They wanted to try to get up to the heavens to go to war with God. No, isn't that the story?
Not
Or
necessarily. The thing is, Nimrod was psychotic, like he was missing a couple screws in his head, and he literally thought that by building this tower that he was able to get to heaven. Like that, he really thought that. Like he thought that if he kept building it, that he'd eventually reach the throne of Yah. But he wasn't all there in the head.
Maybe had some crazy antique technology and they're using like the electric in the air or something. About the Jikambutsu this shit right now.
Maxwell Chikambutsu.
No, but it gets even more complicated because not complicated, but elaborate because Noah then responds, and his testimony in the Sumerian account is remarkable.
Me personally, I just find this all BS, but that's me.
The Lord Arata, he says he wants nothing to do with the building of that tower, and actually condemns him and his sons for building it, and all his people. And that's in the Sumerian account.
Where are you getting the Sumerian account from? The Dead Sea Scrolls, or like
No.
where are
There's like
you?
20
Sumerian tablets.
There's like 20 tablets besides the Epic of Gilgamesh. There's like a bunch of there's a bunch of stories. It says, and Merkur then threatens to march on Arata in the midst of the projects of Eridu, Babel. Lord Arata, living by the mountains, clearly outnumbered, in whom and Marker himself tells us he believes is only a small community of people protected by magical powers or by God himself, tells Nimrod messenger that both sides should only send out their best warrior to decide the matter. Arata is wildly outnumbered. It should be noted that this is the first time in history that a battle is suggested to be done by both sides sending out their best warriors, as is the case in the story of David and Goliath, or the Hebrews versus the Philistines. In response to Arata not voluntarily submitting to Nimrod in Merkur, is red hot, enraged, and violently fury. Beneath is the exact response from Nimrod to Noah directly from the text of in Merkur and the Lord Arata. Arata is indeed like a slaughtered sheep. His roads are indeed like those of the rebel lands. In the black-billed kulaba and Merker gazed like a goat, as if he were a huge snake coming out of the field. He lifted his head from his seat. He addressed the matter like a raging torrent. Anyways, I don't want to bore you guys because this.
I'm losing it a little bit when the obla's in there. Just it's throwing me for a loop de loop.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read it. You guys aren't interested.
Anybody check out The Secrets in Plain Sight?
Snacks, I can't wait to watch that, man. First chance I get, I'm all over it, bro.
I just like, I mean, I haven't like watched it in a minute, right? But like I started and I was like, I'm gonna put on my Jeremy glasses and see what you see. And boy, you're gonna get some nutritious breakfast out of this bitch. I'm telling you.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, just the transforms, but like it's like 1,000 times 360 times the amount of days in a year. It gives you the equatorial circumference. It's you don't want to know. Coincidences.
Somebody send that to me. I would like to watch that because I watched the first one years ago.
I'll hit you up. I'll break you off. First one's free.
Oh, the second one's a paywall.
No, it was a joke. He was joking.
Oh, okay.
I'm like your link dealer. Don't worry about it. Stuff is like a drug sometimes, I swear. Good videos.
No, I just think that the Secrets in Plain Sight or whatever, I mean, what I got out of it was that was their Tower of Babel. Because they put all this stuff in place.
Is that like all
you know what I mean?
symbology?
Yep.
Well,
I mean, they created the symbology.
Plain
so
Sight
of
was
course
all
it was
over the
gonna,
place.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one really more focuses. I think in the beginning it gets you rabbit holed into some metrology and some numbers, a bunch of important numbers, if you know, and then it starts to break it off some different ways. But if you watch the original series, you would kind of understand. Yeah, how exactly are these people laying this stuff out on the ground? How are they like, building a city in the shape of a person? And nobody notices it, and everything's like angular. It's all this like sacred geometry and stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit of a primer in the beginning of it. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, but didn't they actually create the sacred geometry? Per se?
I guess like sacred geometry is stuff that's going to be related to like natural and organic forms, like the flower of life.
No, I understand that. I understand the concept of it, but they created the formality. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, I mean I think they're trying to like lift patterns from nature and be like that's.
No, yeah. I agree with that. They're trying to mimic nature with geometry.
Yeah. Or extract the rules of geometry from observation of things that have like I guess divine symmetries. Yeah, symmetries and stuff like that. But I guess a lot of this arises out of just proportions and using like one thing against itself to sort of just build a system of like measure. Yeah. Like how do we arrive at the meter or any of these things? That's like somewhat addressed in the beginning of part 2. But did you see part 1? The 3
Yes.
plus hour 4. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, we're talking about a lot of different measurements here. You know what I mean? Some of them are, British Imperial, which is like American Imperial now, but it used to be British, but they're metric now because France took over during the French Revolution. So like, that's all scrambled the fuck apart. But also, the meter seems like it was maybe derived before like it was a rediscovered like old thing, possibly. Yeah, and it's like they may have extracted it from some of these megalithic structures or something like that. I'm not really sure. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. This guy references the books and stuff pretty well. So it's I like it because it's a really even though it might verge to the woo side of things, it's really pretty well sourced and documented from other writers that the editor considers to be like serious academics in the field. Like, yeah. Whoa. That's 4-star review, I think, right there. Yeah. But Karl Marx the Code, that's a lot more dry. That's more like summer camp, like in the middle of summer, where there's like nothing on TV, but like you could deal with it.
That Carl Monk thing is so friggin'. If I had to use one word to describe it, I would use sleepy. Because that shit will put you to sleep for a fact if you try to watch the whole 5 hours in one shot.
You can't do it. He's so slow, and he like asks you a question. He's like, "So, the people of Machu Picchu," and he's like almost like he's got a pipe. Like you can almost feel like he's got a pipe going on. Like, what did they think
Yeah.
about the number Q?
Yeah.
Or was it a letter to them? I asked myself that question.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's how he does it too. Yeah.
But I find it so interesting. He like starts to find these like number constants that he thinks are part of like an ancient math system, and he's just got a confident kind of pipe kind of confidence to him. You know what I mean? Like, wow, this guy's really like kind of walking the dog. And he's walking the idea down the road. So
I think he is.
It's nice that way. Yeah.
I think he is smoking a pipe. Actually, he does smoke a pipe.
Like, he's just pontificating. You know what I mean? He's like thinking about all this stuff, and it's just wild that he gets these proportions out, and then he's like, starts to look at like.
I mean, be honest. Is he pulling numbers out of thin air? Does it feel like he's pulling numbers out of thin air, or is he getting these numbers from the monuments themselves?
You know, it's interesting because he thought, well, Stonehenge is one of the famous ones he uses, and he goes, there are 60 sarsen stones around the outer perimeter and 15, whatever other stones, and the trilithons are stacked like this, but there's like 60 on the outside and 15 on the inside, and I find that interesting because these are also like within the Fibonacci shits that I'd be talking about. It's broken up into 4 15s, and that equals 60. So there's like, and they're trying to use like a calendar. I don't know, man. Like, I would never considered.
I don't know. To me,
because he's like, oh, what comes up with us? We think about Stonehenge in a circle. Pipe. How about pi? You know what I mean? So he brings that in and starts to go like half pi and all these other kinds of rations. But like, the difference between pi and phi is like basically if you just take like 2 times whatever the golden ratio is, you get real close to, you get like 0.11 away from what the number pi is, at least in rough pi. Yeah, anyway, go for it. What are you going to say?
I don't know, man. To me, it doesn't feel like he's pulling these numbers out of thin air. It feels like he's getting these numbers from the monuments themselves, and he's not just pulling numbers out of thin air. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like some of the things I don't understand exactly, like how he understood to like look at a monument and then try to decode it in terms of number, to like ponder, like that you would have to, well, in a way, like it would be difficult for anybody to find your shit unless they knew your method. But anybody that knew your method would be able to like locate themselves all over the world, I guess.
I mean, he tells you what he's doing every step of the way. He's not like keeping it a secret.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you just knew like, if you could just like kind of derive your, yeah, man. I'll have to put some like a weekend in and rewatch his stuff and try to update. I haven't probably watched in about 8 or 10 years. It reminds me of the cartoon Clutch Cargo. I know there's no animation in it, but I'd like to almost cut them together. Old school cartoon. Does he have like little like flute things, intros or whatever, you know? And it's like all like done like just like edited on a VHS, like a SVHS, you know? It's awesome. Like,
Yeah, it's definitely from the VHS days. But yeah, I mean, rewatch that, bro. That shit is dope as fuck, bro. That's conclusive that the monuments were linked. All the megalithic structures were linked. I don't know.
yeah.
I feel like that's some conclusive shit. All the math and the numbers all came from the structures themselves. He didn't make shit up, trying to link them all willy nilly.
Yeah, I wish I could. I mean, there's got to be. We should get Bacon on that. I love it. It's a guy's a Glober. You know what I mean? You're like, okay, cool. I'll figure this out. So it's like 1/2 of 1 pi times the arc radians of the minute to sine of the latitude, longitude of Stonehenge to Golo Hill. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll stop right now. But he'd be able to like reproduce that to where we could like track other things, and that would be interesting because it's very difficult to execute the kinds of calc that Carl Monk is doing if you're not him or if you're not really great already with this stuff. You wouldn't know where you're making errors. So it's easier to like model it in a computer and have that work, you know? Right. And that was the other thing too. Like he was just like guessing like at a new number based on another constant or something, and he'd find that as like a prime location, which is weird. Like how they're doing that all from just like a prime meridian. But I also find it crazy in the Secrets in Plain Sight, some of the distances between like the Giza Plateau, the Dome of the Rock, and Mecca. Like, how do you just make a right triangle on the ground with precision? You know what I mean? Before GPS and before that's a challenge, man. I think. And all these like cities too, like how many Philadelphias are there? There's cities of the sun, right? Whatever.
Dude, all these megalithic structures are all lined up for the sun on an equinox. The Sphinx, tons of them. Tons of them are equinoctial markers.
Yep. Getting us an orient. An orientation.
And
Isn't
the
that cool?
pyramids themselves look like they match Orion's. What's up?
Yeah, you can just basically, if you look at the constellation Orion, you just take like the. Have you ever seen the triangle-headed version of it?
No.
You can draw a triangle basically. If you look at the 3 stars, like that's the man, and then you can make a triangle-headed guy, almost like Triangle Men from They Might Be Giants. But no, that triangle actually is like a big compass, kind of points towards the center. So you can use Orion as a compass, sort of. Does that make sense? You can always like tell where north is going to be, you know, using it. At least in the northern hemisphere, the good hemisphere, the non-weak pole star hemisphere. Did you ever see that the one called Primer Fields? It's about like
No.
magnets and they run some plasma, got some magnets going on, bowl-shaped magnets, and all these energies and shit. Cool.
No, I never seen it.
Came out a long time ago. Well, I'm sure it came out before FE, 2010 or something. Yeah, I remember this. I saw this a long time ago, and then I remember when I was watching an episode of Glowbusters, I think Bob was talking about it, recommending it as something to watch. So, I don't know why. Made me think of it. There you go. Yeah, man, YouTube's really changed a lot over 10 years, man. So much more stuff out there. It's unbelievable. Yeah. I remember watching like the Lloyd Pye stuff, Star Child, all that stuff, like when it was like Matrix 2, Matrix Reloaded, around that time. My friend hit me up to it, and he's like, "Man, I think he found it because he was on these like he was checking out the David Icke stuff." And I was like, "What is this stuff you're talking about?" He's like, "It's like David Icke, man. It's like real. It's like happened." He's like, "Here's some PDFs, man. Helped you out." And I'm like, "What? What about all this?" And I don't know, not really. Wasn't really the thing, but Lloyd Pye.
Bro, the Lloyd Pye thing, that was fire. I wasn't big on his Star Child thing, but he was on to something with that everything you know is wrong lecture that he gave. That shit was fire, bro.
Was that the one about the Sasquatch?
It was mostly about Bigfoot, but he did get into some other good stuff. He got into DNA and evolution, and he got some things wrong. He was referencing who's the guy with the fucked up name? The guy that got everything wrong. Fucking A. What's his name? Snacks.
You talking about
The
Darwin?
guy. No.
The guy that got everything wrong?
Zachariah Sitchin. Zachariah Sitchin.
Yeah, all right. Good old
Yeah,
Zach.
he referenced him a little bit.
Big Z.
Yeah, good old Zach. He got everything fucking wrong, though. He was just making shit up. Anyways, that was actually Graham Hancock's boy, Zachariah Sitchin. He knew him. You guys used to hang out and shit.
Weird.
And
We're
even
supposed to
Graham
trick
Hancock's
Graham.
like, yeah, he got. What's up?
But it's like Graham Hancock's a lot better.
Well, I don't know what Sitchin was doing, but he did not. He just got everything wrong. So I don't know. He's just making it up. I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah, he's like, I speak Anunnaki. Here's how you write it down. This is a comic strip. It's like Family Circus. Yeah, it does seem like he was just kind of making it up as he went. But he's got such a convincing accent. He's just broken English, you know what I mean? You don't want to doubt the guy. It's like working hard. Putting it on you, man. Who's that other his golden boy, right? Was Von Daniken? Eric Von Daniken. That guy looks like, well, he's part of the Von Braun family for sure. Eric Von Daniken. Oh yeah. He stinks of brawn. How funny is that? It's Werner. he's like kind of the shrimp of the family. Turns out to be the rocket champ. What a story. But yeah, well, no. Yeah. Alchemy is a fucking interesting thing here. It's so, like, mysterious. It's all shrouded up. I don't know what's going on here. It's a secret.
Yeah, get up on this Karl Monk thing, Snacks. Put it together, piece it together. The guy was on to something, dude. This shit's all laid out, bro. It's all right there. Where's everyone at, man? Friday night? What happened? You guys good or what? Is like Glowbusters doing something or? Is there really only 8 people in here right now? What the fuck, guys?
They're my fault, bro. Probably killed the chat.
It's probably Bob Dole.
Yeah, man, he fucks shit up.
Jeremy, you such a snappy old mouth.
Listen, in honor of Bob Dole, the moon will now be referred to as the night sun, and the sun will be referred to as the day moon.
Day moon.
Thank you.
Shout out, Day moon.
I better be hearing the phrase "pyramid" come out of your mouth then too, son.
Experiment. Good times. Good times.
That is a nice word I came up with. All right, that is a good word.
That is dope. I like that.
Yeah, spheromidical.
I like that.
That's good too. Spherimidian.
I mean, does this sound like a reasonable story to you guys? Humans are around for 200,000 years. And the first 194,000 years, nothing happens. Does that sound like a thing humans would do?
Yeah, like for 100,000
That's
years.
what the mainstream.
It's just all Blue Lagoon.
Mainstream.
Yeah.
Yeah, mainstream's got us just sitting there holding our dicks for like 194,000 years, and then ancient Sumeria. Boom. Like, that shit don't even sound close to what humans would do. We would get out there and start fucking doing stuff. I mean, what are we doing here? We're getting stuff done. Not even close. That story don't make no kinds of sense.
Did you ever check out the Hummingbird Pyramid? Ever heard that?
No.
It's
What
weird.
is it? I don't
It's like
even.
this,
I remember us talking about it, but
yeah, it's just bizarre. Like, there's just like this one guy, and he did a bunch of videos on it. He's like the only guy. It's like maybe the Hummingbird Pyramid Project or something like that. But like,
what country is it in again? I forgot.
South America.
All right, all right.
It's the country South America. Yeah, that's where it is.
Nah, I checked out. I didn't even register that didn't make sense, but it made sense in my mind when you said it. So I was like,
Nice. But yeah, it's just like this giant thing. It's like almost like an earthen pyramid, but all the rock from it is like this strange rock that like has a weird ping to it. And there's some other situations, man. I don't know. Very curious, man. There's like no other stone around there. I'm always like, how do they? Yeah, they're just bringing stone a whole bunch away into the fucking jungle. I guess. They do. They do that.
I mean, bro, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It would make sense if history didn't play out like they said it. Like maybe we were bigger, or maybe we had other technology or something, or maybe the world wasn't what it. You know, maybe that we had more people doing stuff and the terrain was different or some shit. Like, who knows?
Yeah, there must have been a different basis, like a simple basis for some tech. I don't think it's got to be Nikola Tesla. I don't think it's got to. It could just be something simple. But they were. I don't think we know what their tech was really built on. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the
Yeah, I'm not
mainstream
saying
will
they
tell
had
you all
like
kinds
flat
of things. Really,
screens. I'm not saying that like people you can say high tech, people think flat screen TVs and iPhones, right? It doesn't have to be like that, though.
According to Ezra, 50%, 15% of the earth was water before the flood.
Yeah, that makes sense because when the ice age melted after the Younger Dryas, or whatever the meltwater pulse 1b happened was, we lost a lot of land, like a lot of land, like the Philippines. That was like a whole
Mountain
thing.
peaks. The Philippines were
Yeah,
mountain
that was
peaks.
like
Now
a
most of it's
whole.
underwater.
Yeah, that was like a whole thing, all connected and shit. Like even America lost tons of coastline when that happened. Tons of coastline got lost. Yeah, for sure.
So
Because
do you
they
think
say
that?
that they even the mainstream. Oh, go ahead, Snacks.
Why don't you go on? You're talking about the mainstream stuff.
Even the mainstream says that the sea levels rose like 200 to 400 feet. And if you run that back, like that's a lot of fucking, a lot of land got lost. Yeah, for sure.
So in Ezra,
Meltwater pulse 1b.
this information comes from verse 42 of chapter 6. It tells you in fractions. It says, upon the third day of creation, thou did command that the waters should be gathered in the seventh part of the earth. In 6 parts has thou dried up and kept them. So 6 parts of the earth was dry land, and the 7th part was water. But I'm not good with fractions, so somebody can figure. According to this, it's 15%.
Let me ask you this, Lion King from
What's up?
Tekken. What do you know about the number 273? You ever heard about that number or anything?
273.
Yeah,
No,
bro.
I haven't.
Yeah. The shit. Let me tell you about the number 273. That shit is fire.
Sure.
All right, it's fucking crazy. It's one of the craziest numbers. I'm not a numerology guy, or I don't get into the whole numbers thing, but this number is like super special. There's a lot of shit that happens with this 273 number. It's crazy, bro. Crazy. Have you ever seen that come up anywhere? 273? That doesn't
No,
ring a
man.
bell like you've never. Oh, bro, you got those snacks. You got the list?
273.
Has anyone got the 273 list? Yeah, bro. I love lists. I got you on a list, Snacks. It's a good list, don't worry.
Actually, yeah, 273 is 75% of a year, or 3/4 of the year of a biblical year.
That's part of it. I mean, there's 273 days in between a vernal equinox and the summer solstice. Wait. It might be between solstices. I forget. 273 days between some kind of equinox or solstice shit or some shit.
Yeah, so 273 is 91 times 3, so that'd be the 3rd quarter of the year, which would be, according to the scriptures, that's when the winter would begin. 273
Yeah, so
days into the year is
270.
when winter begins.
Yeah, 273 comes in there, and then the average human gestation period is 273 days. Okay, and then the moon's orbit, the moon's sidereal orbit is 27.3 days. Okay, then there is the moon size. The moon is 27.3% the size of Earth. There's that. Absolute zero is negative 273 degrees Celsius. Gas is compressed at 1/273 for every degree Celsius. Some kind of nerd shit. Tons of 273s, bro. The moon moves at 273 millimeters a second or some shit. What else? Snacks, you got that list or what? We got to break them off with the 273 list. That shit is crazy, bro. There's so much stuff on there. It's a lot of the stuff is shit we deal with. Cosmological shit. Dude, when I saw this list, my mind was straight up blown. Talk about a fucking coincidence. This 273 thing's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't look for the list right.
Ratio of Earth's diameter to moon diameter is 0.273. The ratio of the moon diameter to the Earth diameter is 3.66. 27.32 days in a sidereal period. 27.32 is a freezing temperature of water. 273 days in an average human pregnancy. 2,730,000 the circumference of the sun in miles. Negative 273.2 Celsius is the temperature of absolute zero. Gases expand by 1/273rd of their volume with every degree on a Celsius centigrade scale. 366 lunar days, which is 27.32 Earth days, equals 10,000 Earth days. If you were to draw a circle inside a square with the circle's diameter the same as the square's length, the area left over that circle does not cover is 27.32 of the total area of the square. I don't even know. Whatever. Interestingly, John Cage's experiment, not 433. Don't worry about that. That's probably not the best list of that, but that's a list.
That was some stuff. That was something to sink your teeth into. Yeah. It's no joke, man. 273. Like I said, I'm not even a numbers person. You'll never hear me talk about numbers like that and shit. That's one.
Have I told you about my study on the luminaries and how I've been basically following them for 3 years? And
no.
So I have this sundial, right, that I got from a biblical museum. Here, I'll post a picture of it.
Also, do you know about the number 108? That's a pretty crazy dude number.
So I'm not really into numerology. There are some Jews that are into like the gematria and they're all about numbers and stuff, but
oh, is that what I'm doing?
It's just
go ahead.
No, I'm just saying like I'm not really good with numbers like that. Like I'm not even good with math. Never mind trying to figure out.
But some Jews might. Gotcha.
No, like I'm just saying
I read
like
context.
You ever heard of gematria?
I'm a pattern recognizer.
Numerology?
Yeah,
I stayed away from
gematria.
I just stayed away
Gematria is
from
also expressed in Greek too, though, not just Hebrew.
Yeah.
But they share the same base as well, in their alphabet and alphabetical dualities. True alphabet. Alphanumeric.
I forget the difference between Greek and Hebrew. I think Hebrew goes by the first 10 letters are by 10, right? And then the Hebrew is by like 100. I mean, not the Hebrew, the Greek is by 100, and then the Hebrew is by tens.
There's derivation on the differences in their number to letter. Maybe. Yeah. I don't, it's hard to like pull that up and compare it all, But like also like the Chaldean people, they were messing around with the numerologies too. But that's as far as like trying to encode it into language. So but in a way that's kind of like cryptography to some degree, or not, or what? Like other people wouldn't know. Other people of other languages, they wouldn't know. See what I'm saying? But also like that the word becomes a mathematical proof because the words, the letters in the word like would equal out some kind of like.
What's a fluffer? Flat earther?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yes. Somebody asked me if I'm a flurfer. So, according to the biblical account, on the fourth day of creation, Yah appointed the sun and the moon and the stars for months, years, and signs. And you know how we still have a 7-day work week, right? Or a 5-day work week, but we have a 7-day week.
Okay.
So, like, how do we know that Saturday is truly the 7th day? Yeah, the Jews call it the 7th day. But how do we know that it's actually the 7th day from Adam and Eve? How could we go about proving that? You ever thought about that?
Mm-mm. No, sir.
Well, I went searching to see how I could prove that Saturday was the 7th day. And I'm not trying to have a sermon here, but this is relevant to flat earth and relevant to the geocentric model. So basically, I thought there wasn't a way. I thought it was impossible to figure it out. And the only evidence that we have was circumstantial because, like, in over 200 languages, sábado, sabato, Shabbat, it relates to Saturday. But in English, it's like Saturn Day, giving allegiance to the god Saturn on the 7th day, which is ironic. But in Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Hebrew, like a bunch of other languages, it's related to the Hebrew word Shabbat, the 7th. But that wasn't enough for me, to convince me that Saturday was the 7th day, that 200 languages name, the 7th day is similar to the Hebrew Shabbat. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is amongst the oldest texts that we have in existence, besides like the Sumerian tablets and the cuneiform tablets and all that stuff from the Akkadian. Other than that, we don't really have anything older than that. The Vedas aren't really that old. So that's literally the oldest that we have, the Sumerian and Hebrew. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, the exile priests recorded the phases of the moon alongside the equinoxes and the biblical feast days with the weekdays. And there's a phenomenon that they record that is patterned after the creation week. So on the fourth day, you on the equinox, because apparently the fourth day happens to have been on an equinox. And on the equinox, the sun and the moon rose on the horizon together. Enoch regards it as the same gate. They rose in the same gate. And if you look at South America and a lot of these, you were talking about earlier, how all these megalithic ruins kind of like match up with the equinox. Well, there were these gates in ancient times. Here, I'll post a picture. You guys know what I'm talking about. Bear with me while I find this.
I mean, like the obelisks and stuff like that. A lot of times we're flanking in a city. The gate of the sun, gate of the moon.
So Graham Hancock, like, he kind of dated the Egyptian pyramids like 21,000 years ago because that's the last time that the pyramids would have lined up with Orion's belt. You guys familiar with that? No? Yes? Maybe so. So Graham Hancock, hold on, I think I lost my internet. I don't know what's going on with my connection. You guys still there? They would censor me for this. Serious.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit you with a couple 108s real quick. Out of
I couldn't hear nobody. But yeah, you can hit me with whatever, bro. You can switch it up. But I want to show you these gates I'm talking about. Why it won't even load it properly? This. Yeah, hit me with the 108. It's all good, bro. I find these things.
there's like such a much bigger list of it actually. I should probably find that, but it's just amazing how many there are in Buddhist and the use of it through India. Pretty amazing, and then even echoing some stuff in Stonehenge and the Mayas in Belize, Guatemala. They're 108 feet tall temples. The Saracen stones at Stonehenge are 108 feet in diameter. And those are pretty interesting things. The stonework, megalithic stonework, well, both having 108 in there. I mean,
God
it might
is
have
fake.
some. Yep.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, I am a young Earth creationist. Anyways, go on.
Right. Okay, and in it's like yogic stuff. 108 beads in the prayer bead, right? Buddhist temples have 108 steps believed to represent the 108 steps to enlightenment. In Japan, at Zen Buddhist temples, a bell is chimed 108 times at the end of the year, closing a cycle to serve as a reminder of 108 earthly temptations a person is supposed to overcome to reach nirvana. 108 is the Sanskrit alphabet comprised of 54 characters, each with its own masculine and feminine form, giving us 108 nadis, or lines of energy that converge to form the heart chakra. 108 marma points, or sacred places like acupressure points on the body where matter and consciousness meet. 108 pithas, or holy sites throughout India. 108 primary tantras, 108 chapters of the Rig Veda, 108 Upanishads, which are text sacred Vedics. That's 108 of those. But then there's like, the diameter of the sun is 108 times the diameter of the earth. The distance between the earth and the sun equals about 108 times the sun's diameter. The distance between the earth and the moon equals about 108 times the moon's diameter. We get to golden ratio, divine proportion. The equation 2 sine with 108 degrees over 2 equals theta, which results in something that mathematicians call the golden ratio. It describes the perfectly symmetrical relationship between two proportions like those we find in classic rectangles. Golden rectangle, that is. Beverly Hills, that is. In mathematics, it's a hyperfactorial since 3. It's a hyperfactorial of 3 since it is 1 to the first power times 2 to the second power times 3 to the third power. Gets us 108. It has a In Euclidean space, the interior angles of a regular pentagon measure 108 degrees each. In base 10 is a Harshad number, divisible by its integers, and a self number. Highly abundant number. It's a tetracle number. Okay, I think we're good for right now. Yep. Partial list, even. But I think most interestingly, yeah, it's the nautical mile circumference of antiquity, and even relative accuracy or just mathematical necessity is it's 108 times 200. I guess gets us 21,800, something like that.
Trying to find some stuff. Oh yeah, here it is. But yeah, if you see what I just posted, these are the gates that Enoch talks about. These are both in South America, but I forget where exactly.
Teotihuacan, grid latitude 32. I'm just joking.
No, I think you meant. What'd you say? What's that? What's that one place?
Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan.
That might be one of them, honestly.
But there's the dude. Do you ever see the picture of the dude with the two staffs? You know, or like comparisons, like so many different cultures, like person holding up two sticks, like well before the fucking Eratosthenes nonsense, right? It's not like they're referencing that, right? But that's the commonality. There's so many.
Well,
different cultures.
even Messiah, even Jesus is referenced with having he's got a staff and a rod.
Two sticks. This guy, South America, two sticks. What's going on here?
One he uses to discipline, and the other one he uses to like yank them back, the sheep.
Rod and a staff. Yeah, sure. Okay.
You're saying he was like the two chains of sticks?
He said. Have you guys studied the equation of time? Ewan's work?
Yeah, flat Earth data will never let us forget about the equation of time. Yes.
Do you know about the equation of time?
It's pretty insane, bro. You go
Break us off with your viewing of it, though.
With the analemma, I mean, the analemma alone proves flat Earth. Like, it's impossible on a heliocentric model. But like, there seems to be time dilation that happens every single year, but we don't realize it. And so I'm not exactly sure how time works, right? I don't claim to know how time works, but the idea that there's time dilation is not foreign to the scriptures. There's multiple verses stating that in the heavens, time goes by a lot slower, or it's like a day, like 24 hours in heaven is either equated to like 1,000 years, as in slow or fast. I'm not really sure, right? So the higher you go up in the heavens, right? If there is such thing as multiple dimensions, and each dimension is higher than the other one, when you get to the highest dimension, time is like it's like mad slow. Like it's like like that's what it says. It says a day to Yah is 1,000 years.
It's like Inception.
Now, how can I prove that mathematically or scientifically? I can't, right? This is philosophy. This is philosophical, and it's theoretical. But we seem to be noticing time dilation. Even the scriptures say that in the end times, time is going to be cut short, whatever that means. Like, we do kind of sense like time is going by faster as we get older. But is that like an illusion? Or is that because like when we were younger, it felt like time just went by slower, right? Is that like a conscious illusion, or is that what is that?
Your continued fraction. When you're one, you live a whole year. You live like one of one. It's 100%. You're like, wow. By the time you get to 15, you're like, that was the whole year. I was just one. It was just bullshit. I'm so glad I'm 15 now.
Is it theoretically possible that time is going by faster as each generation goes by? Like, yeah, the sun still makes a revolution. It still takes 364 days. But what if time just went by slower? Like the sun just took longer, but it was still within the same frame. It was still 24 hours. It was still 364 days. But it's like everything just goes, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are we supposed to know that? How are we supposed to feel that? We can't. Anyways, I'm just thinking out loud. But let me post Earwan's video. You guys know who Earwan is or not?
Yeah, if you were still right, I already thought of it. Okay. Fucking around.
So, anyways, there's a phenomenon that happens on the beginning of every Jubilee. A Jubilee is 49 years, according to the Hebrew calendar, right? At the beginning of every Jubilee, it's patterned after the fourth day of creation. And on the fourth day of creation, you had the sun and the moon fully illuminated, both rising in the same gate on the fourth day of the week, on the equinox. And the sun basically, it rises up from the east, sets in the west, and while it's setting in the west, the moon comes up. And the sun and the moon will both be out at the same exact time, but on the opposite horizons. The moon will be a full moon, and then the moon will set exactly where the sun set on the fourth day of the week, on the equinox, signifying the beginning of a Jubilee period. That pattern still exists today.
No, it doesn't happen like that, though. Like, not as simply as that. Like the sun rising and setting, and the moon rising and setting. They're in the sky at the same time. So, so the sun can be setting or about to set in 2 hours' time, and still light the moon up. So you can see the moon at 2 in the afternoon.
No, I know. I'm not talking about that.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm talking about a specific phenomenon. It's like the aligning of the luminaries that only happens every literally. This specific phenomenon happens at the beginning of a Jubilee, signifying the beginning of a Jubilee, and it's remarkable because it happens to align with the current order of the week. So, like the lunar phase, and it's not just that phenomenon. The lunar phases that were recorded in the Dead Sea Scrolls are consistent for a whole Shemitah. Like between new moons and full moons and the equinoxes and the order of the week, it's consistent. Like I matched it up like DNA sequencing using an Excel spreadsheet. I have other people have done this, and I found out about it afterwards because I just went out doing it myself. But I did it with a piece of paper. Others did it with an Excel spreadsheet, and they were able to actually plot the data recorded in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And like DNA sequencing, they were able to match up the data from 2,300 years ago of years from 2,300 years ago, and they tried finding a match. Like you find the murderer, right? You find a match. And we found the matches in modern times. 2016 is the beginning of a Shemitah, and 2019 also matches. And it's insane because like for 4-6 years, because in the Dead Sea Scrolls they only have like 4 or 5, they have like 4 years because the scrolls are so fragmented. They weren't able to get a whole Shemitah. Shemitah is a 7-year period, a 7-year cycle. But with that data, you can still calculate the following years that are missing, through algorithms, because we already know how the moon cycle works. Anyways, we were able to actually match up the modern day week with the weeks 2,300 years ago, showing that Sunday remains as the first day of the week and Saturday remains as the 7th day of the week still today, which to me was remarkable. And through all the tinkering in history, like we had many men try to tinker with the calendar, add days, take away days, start the year in different times, like in September. And even through all the tinkering in history, the Creator has been able to manage and to preserve the order of the week. Whether you believe that or not, that's another, that's more evidence supporting the God of the Bible. That through all the tinkering in history, the order of the weeks remain intact. But it's very complex.
Yeah. Okay. Like, I believe in God. I do. But I think the week, right? 7 days in a week, 4 weeks in a month, ish. 12 months of the year. Like we've, as humans, we've like made that because of the rotation of the Earth, 23 something hours in a year to journey around the sun, and that's why we have a leap year and everything like that. So the reason, to me, that maybe not. Yeah, I can't answer the week thing, but the reason months, like, because if it was perfect, every month would have 30 days, and we'd have, I don't know, 13 or 14 months. But that isn't how it works, because the Earth is round and orbits the sun, and that is why it's imperfect. So yeah, to me,
not really. It's not each month is not 30 days. That's not what Enoch describes. An antediluvian character. He actually describes months. Every third month is 31 days. So it's 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31. And a year is completed in 364 days.
Where's February?
There is no 28-day month. That's the lunar month. There's solar months and lunar months are separated. They're distinguished.
Okay. Well, okay. So what does that mean then?
There's a calibration that occurs. There's a dance between the sun and the moon that only Yah will reveal to you to be able to keep track of the time. And it's the most accurate calendar known to man. There's no calendar, and they've done the mathematics. Even the Swedish, right, who are on top of their game with atomic clocks and this and that, they have not figured out a more accurate calendar than the Zadok and Okin calendar. It's statistically, algorithmically, the most accurate calendar known to man. In 20,000 years, it will only deviate by 1 day in error.
Okay, so what?
And I don't even believe the Earth to be more than 13,000 years old.
You believe that? Sorry, you believe the Earth to be 13,000 years old?
Not more than anywhere between 6,000 and 13,000 years old.
Yeah, and that that's fine. I have no judgment on that, or whatever. I believe I am Christian. Or I think that I am. You might disagree, but I believe the Earth is 6 billion years old, and the universe is 13 billion years old.
Wow.
So I believe that, and
Fine.
yeah, but like when it talks, are you coming from the like the thing of like the heaven and the earth was made in 7 days, and that sort of that scripture?
Yeah, I take it's not just Genesis, bro. It's Ezra, it's Jubilees, it's Enoch. They're consistent in there, and yeah. So if you're a Christian, you can't be a heliocentric or heliocentrist. It's impossible, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, I've spoken to like a lot of people, and yeah. Do I believe in God or do I believe in science? But I mean, like you say there, you can't believe that and believe in a heliocentric model. But I think these days with proof and science is proof, and it really is, in my opinion, really is. I think, well, actually, you can't believe in God if you don't believe in science, and I know it can be contradictory, but I don't know. I really think you can't deny what is laid out in front of you, and unfortunately, um, any religion is faith, isn't it? There's no proof, and I hate the
There's no
people
proof
who
of what?
like people like Ricky Gervais who goes, "Oh, well, prove it to me, and then I'll believe." Well, no,
There's no
that's
proof
not
of a
the
young
point of
Earth, you're
faith,
saying?
is it? Yeah, that's not the point of faith. So yeah, and to that end, I
Yeah,
get
we just can't
yeah,
really sit
okay.
back and
There's science there that I do believe, and
yes, you do.
okay, we've proved that, and we've proved that. Okay, yeah. I mean, to me, that doesn't deny the existence of God. It makes it more interesting, to be honest. It makes it more like, oh right, okay, so God maybe had this plan or that plan, or did it. I don't. It's more
Well,
adventurous
and then
in
how
my
about you can't? We can only
religion.
look so far back in history, though.
What do you mean? Sorry.
What's accurate, or even before the written word and stuff like that. Like you got to rely on those carbon dating, all that stuff,
Yeah.
But you're not getting the real story, and you don't really have like any kind of history that resembles anything like what we know. So,
Do you lack
yeah,
faith? Is that why you don't
that's
believe in the word? You just don't believe the scriptures. You believe science over the scriptures.
no. I would like to think that I believe both. Unfortunately, I'll be honest with you that I've lost my sort of path with God and stuff. And yeah, I do. Yeah,
So, because in Second Ezra, right, chapter 6, it says, verse 43, "For as soon as your word went forth, the work was made. For immediately there was a great and innumerable fruit and many and diverse pleasures for the taste and flowers, unchangeable color and odors, wonderful smell. And this was done on the third day." It didn't say like it took thousands or millions. It says immediately these plants were created
on the third day.
on the third day.
Yeah. Okay. So
That's just one example.
yeah. And you believe that, and I'm not saying I don't believe that, but you believe that, but then you find it hard to believe that the Earth is a sphere floating through space. Do you know what I mean? You're open-minded enough to believe that third day that God made the fruits and whatever, and
Yeah,
then
it says here on the
they
third
were
day
like,
he made the fruits,
but you're
vegetables.
open-minded enough to believe that. but then anything else after that, your mind's closed.
I believe it all. I believe it all. I believe about the giants, the Nephilim, the fallen. I believe it all.
Yeah, all of the Bible. But
when Moses threw his staff and it turned into a serpent, right? And the Pharaoh had his sorcerers and they threw their staff and it turned to a serpent. But Moses' staff that turned to a serpent ate the other serpent. I believe that really happened, bro.
Who wrote that book?
Yeah. Well, that's fair enough. I mean, I don't believe that happened. I believe. I mean, I do. Look, I have faith in God and I have faith in Jesus, and I really
Apparently
do.
you don't, though, because you don't believe the word that that Jesus is the minister of the word, right? So you don't believe that the waters split and that when during the Exodus that Pharaoh's army was swallowed up. You don't believe that happened? You think that's all out figurative?
Yeah, I do think it's figurative. I do.
But what if I told you that the Pharaoh's army is still at the bottom of the sea right now? And I got pictures to prove it.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, if they show me. I mean, I know Jesus literally existed. I know that wasn't a figurative thing. But the feeding the 5,000, all this thing, but maybe, but and to be honest, I do get mixed stuff. I'm not trying to doubt myself here, but like Noah's Ark and stuff like that. But that's the Old Testament, isn't it? Like Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Is that the Old Testament?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. But yeah, yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, parables, learn from it, blah blah blah. To me, the thing is right about. Sorry, what did you just say as well? But yeah. Yeah, parable or not, right? The Bible was written by man. It wasn't written by Jesus or God. It was written by man. Okay, and I think I'm touching dodgy ground here, but I do think to some degree, a book that's 2,000 years old, you have to kind of go, oh well, okay, times have evolved. This is maybe we can do that sort of thing. Without losing the true meaning of the faith or whatever. But I think it has to evolve, and I do think Jesus and God would want it to evolve. I mean, essentially, Jesus came to Earth to to evolve the faith, to give us the New Testament, to teach us something new, evolve our thinking, turn the other cheek. Don't take an eye for an eye, turn the other cheek.
So here, I'm about to post some images of
it's all about evolution.
the bottom of the Red Sea, bro. These are just some quick images. But like the thing is, right?
That's cool.
So what I posted initially, right? Now, Jeremy, you might know what this is, right? You know what this is? This is the observable, according to NASA, this is the observable universe. And there's something called redshift, right? Now, I'm not an astronomer. I'm not like Witsit. I don't really know. I don't study that. This is out of my area of expertise. I'm more of a theologian. I study the Torah, the Bible. I don't study in ancient relics and ancient works. I don't really study astronomy. But this right here is evidence that the Earth is at the center of the known universe. Now, this is an uncomfortable idea for NASA, so they've suppressed this because even with their own tools, they've realized that we are at the center of the known universe, right?
Hey, Lion, sorry, just which picture are you talking about now? Just like it or tag me in it or something. Just so I know which.
The Milky Way galaxy is supposed to be at the middle of the known universe. And it's not because it's perspective or the light. No, this is actually this is from their data. And this has been suppressed. You familiar with this?
Well, sort of, but no, the Milky Way galaxy isn't at the center of the known universe. It
literally is.
No, it's because like we're looking out, going right, the observable universe from.
No, you don't. I don't think you understand, dude. See, I knew you were going to say that. It's not because of perspective. It's not because light is radiating in all directions, right? And we can only measure it so far. Because within the known universe, right, that we can observe. And I don't even believe in their model, but even within their model that they have presented, the majority of life itself is concentrated in the middle. So, like, if what you're saying is true and it's all because of perspective, there seems to be a cluster in the middle of where we're at compared to the rest.
Well, no, there's actually what I'm looking at your pictures, and I mean, my understanding, right, is that we're actually sort of towards the outside of the Milky Way. That's where our solar system is, on the outside of the Milky Way. And that's not the observable universe, that's the Milky Way. The observable universe is out there. So in the Milky
I don't
Way,
think you understand
supposedly,
what you're seeing, dude. The Milky Way galaxy is in the middle of the known universe, bro.
No,
and I know there's
no,
trillions of galaxies allegedly, but the Milky Way
no one
galaxy
says
just
that.
happens.
No one says that.
This isn't an image of the Milky Way. This is the image of the known universe that they've compiled themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
The further that you go out from us, there's less and less clusters. There's less and less life. There's less and less planets, or what? Not life, but like just less matter, right? And we just happen to be in the middle of it all. If their model is correct, we just happen to be in the middle of it all.
No.
Here, I'll find you a credible scholarly link. But if you don't believe me, I'll link you to a scholarly article, bro. Because if it's because you're hearing it from me, you're like, no. Here, I'll show you.
No, actually, I love talking to you. I'm not.
How do you know those were remnants of that army that you posted?
Because it's right where Moses crossed the Red Sea. Biblically, they know where he crossed when he was evading the Egyptians. And what's insane about this is that there's a natural sand bridge, an underwater sand bridge, and on the left and right side of that sand bridge is a 2,000-foot drop.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, how do you know specifically that that's what this is?
Well, there's a whole army, dude, in the middle underneath the Red Sea, dude. This is just a couple of the chariot wheels. Like, what are the random chariot wheels doing in the middle of the Red Sea? And
Yeah,
the
that's
only
what
biblical account that we have of an army being swallowed up is the biblical account.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, I mean, I can see what you're saying, like it's I can see what you're saying, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, maybe it's not the case that that's what that is, right? And how do we determine if it is that or it's not, right?
Well, I'm trying to find a link for this guy first. I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second.
I know, Lion. I'm actually trying to find something for you, and it isn't. I'm on Google right now, and it's not letting me. funny. Have you flat earthers infiltrated my iPhone? That was a joke, it's fine. Well, to fill the gap, about galaxies and whatever. So we're in the Milky Way, supposedly. We're in the Milky Way galaxy, and if we look out into space, you can see trillions of galaxies, and in the Milky Way,
Can you?
there are 100 billion stars ish.
How do you know that?
Well, I'll tell you. There's 100 billion stars, and a pinprick of sky, you can see billions of galaxies. So if all those galaxies have billions of stars, the potential for life to evolve and stuff is phenomenal. And there's the Fermi paradox and etc. and blah.
Appeal to probability. Have you ever heard of Olbers paradox?
Of what? Sorry,
Olbers paradox.
I haven't.
Okay, so this is an issue that they had to wrestle with back in the day, where the idea being, if there was hundreds of billions of stars, then there would obviously be a star in every point in the night sky, as you just said. Every pinprick in the night sky, there's like 100 billion stars, whatever you said. The issue with that being, of course, is that the entire night sky would be light because all you would see is stars, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yes, I have heard that.
Okay,
and I
so
do
then
have an answer for it.
is the night sky dark then, if what you're saying is true?
Yeah. No. Yeah, it is a good question. And you know what? I can't remember the answer right now. Give me a second.
I can't remember the answer. The thing is, this isn't a book test where you have to you get asked questions and then you have to remember the correct answers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is much more about actually thinking, is what they're telling you a load of old horse shit? Now I can tell you what the answer. Well, I've heard many different answers, but apparently the official answer is that some of them are just too far away, and it's just
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And
who
I have.
who counted
Sorry,
these
I don't know
billions of stars?
I don't know who was talking to me just then. Was it Crypto? Sorry.
Yep.
Crypto. Oh, hey mate. Yes. And who was talking just after? Because I'll let you talk.
I don't know who that was.
Okay. Then. Yeah. Crypto. Yeah. It's a good question, and I've asked that. Yeah. Surely the night sky should be as bright as the day sky, because all this. But I mean, the answer to that actually is quite simple. Is that it takes a long time for the light to travel from distant stars, right? Also, the universe is expanding, so and the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. So there might be stars and galaxies out there that we will never know about, never see the light from them, because they're over that event horizon, kind of thing. So,
allegedly,
yeah.
Gotta add allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Drink
All
the
of
Kool-Aid.
this is allegedly to you guys, yeah. All of this is allegedly, but that's my answer. Is and the sky it's a big place. It's not. It's a big place.
So who counted all the billions of stars?
Well,
Is that
nobody went
contributed to one
1, 2,
person
3,
or
4.
what?
Well, yeah, nobody counted it, but I mean, yeah. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure how they did it, but what we can see, you can see the Milky Way, right, that we're in. I'm sure you've seen pictures, and whether or not you believe in those pictures, but there's pictures of that. Look, it's like a scar through the sky, and we've got observatories and telescopes and so forth, and so they've accounted with a reasonable degree of intelligence and stuff that there are about 100 billion stars in the Milky Way. You want to know a mad fact? Oh, well, I think it's a fact. You won't. But I've sort of given away the answer by saying, but like you say to a person, are there more
Can
stars
anybody
in the
understand what
Milky
he's saying?
Way? Oh, sorry.
Am I the only one not understanding what's going on?
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I was waiting for him to finish so I could respond.
There are more trees on Earth than there are stars in the Milky Way.
Do you know what you're doing right now?
No.
You're doing what's called observe and declare, right? So
Right.
you're just stating things as facts that are in contention. So you can't just say, "Oh, this is a fact," and expect that it's not going to be challenged, especially in here. So when you said earlier, "Oh yeah, well the thing is that there's all these dark areas of the sky because the light hasn't reached us yet." Well, how do you know that something's there before the light reaches you?
How do I know something's there?
Yep. Before the light reaches them.
Well, they don't know. They don't know anything's there until the light reaches. But yeah, great point. Great point.
Well, can you answer it then?
What was that expression you used? I'm like based facts, like or something you said.
Oh, observe and declare.
Observe and declare,
yeah.
Well, I mean, to play devil's advocate, do you not do the same thing?
Well, I was wondering if you could answer my question first.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, I tried to about the stars and why the night sky isn't lit up, but you said I was.
But you haven't answered my follow-up question. If the light hasn't reached you yet, how do you know something's there?
If the light hasn't reached you, how do you know something's there?
Yep.
Well, you can't see it. Obviously, if the light hasn't reached you, can't see it. But okay, so yeah, you might not notice, but you might be able to know it's there by how it reacts or how other things react to it. So gravity.
Yeah, so then how are you observing the gravity?
That's so funny because if you can't see it, you don't know it exists.
Yeah, the light reaching.
Yeah, but you can.
So it's all based.
But you can see waves of light move differently.
So effectively, the root of this logic. Yeah, effectively the root of this logic is that it hasn't reached us yet, but we know it's there, even though there's absolutely no way of verifying that.
Well, no, hold on. You twisted my words a little bit.
No, I'm not. I'm exposing you the logic of the claim.
Well, okay. So what are we talking about now? About stars in the galaxy, or stars we can't see?
You don't know if there's a star there if you can't see it, dude.
Yeah,
dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude.
I feel like you're trying to trip me up on purpose.
You realize you're talking about beliefs. You realize science is not about beliefs. You understand that, yeah? Science is a method. Science is a method. It's got nothing to do with beliefs. You're talking about beliefs.
Yeah.
Yep. You can't see it until they say that they
science
observed it.
literally means knowledge. That is the meaning of the word science, right?
Science is a method to establish a cause and effect relationship, right? through verification. That's what this sort of movement is. That's why I love it, because it's stuff we can verify. You're talking about beliefs. We tend to talk about things we can test and repeat. That's the idea of it, and anybody can do it. That's why it's so brilliant, right? The scientific method. You get that, right?
Well, I think so. I don't. I love your accent, by the way, and you've made me go a bit more Yorkshire than I usually am. But yeah, no, yeah, I'm Christian. I'm a globe earther. I believe in science. I also believe in God. So I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead with your questions or whatever. And had Gio and Jeremy are probably sick of me because I come on every now and then, and I always say, I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to fall out. I am here to learn. Genuinely, I am here to learn. But I
That's
will.
awesome.
Yeah,
that's a good attitude to have.
thanks. And I look at crypto. I like your questions that you've given me, and yeah, it always gives me food for thought. Stuff like that. But I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I do get lost. Where oh, well, what about this now? Well, I don't know. But equally, I often feel like when you guys sort of ask me, what's the proof? And I go, oh, well, there's pictures of the globe. There's this, there's that, there's Voyager. Well, prove it. Oh, well, I can't. It's NASA sent it. Also, NASA proved NASA. So I might say to you, well, prove to me your idea that the Earth is. Oh, well, I observe it, and I observe a flat Earth. Well, prove to me that it's flat. Oh, well, here's angles, and here's this, and here. And I go, well, Stephen Hawking, Brian Cox, Albert Einstein said this, this, and this, and then you go, oh, well, Mark Sargent, or whatever, and said this is, it's sort of an endless debate. And
Doesn't it come back to proving it for yourself, though?
Sorry, say that again.
Doesn't it come back to proving it yourself? If you can't prove it to yourself, then you have to question it. Right?
Well, yes. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you have to prove it to yourself. How have you proved it to yourself? Was it Linda?
Was Linda going to reply? I don't know if she was going to offer a retort there.
How have you proved it to yourself?
Maybe she's doing something. But
but this is what I get. There's no answer, and I mean, I'll answer it.
Sorry, Linda, you're going to say, yeah, go on.
No, I was just, I mean, that's the way my logic works. If I can't prove it to myself, I question it.
Yeah, he was just asking, how did you prove it to yourself?
About what, though?
Well, about
the Earth, what the Earth is, or may or may not be.
Just because it logically doesn't make sense to me.
Well, what doesn't?
Yeah, but give me a specific.
Well, no, give me. You said. I mean, God bless you. I don't mean to pressurize you or come on too strong or anything like that. But you said, you said, if it, you have to prove what you believe in, also, right? So what do you believe in, and where's your proof? If you're asking
Hey, I
me,
mean, I can give you an example because I watch nature and I can see what nature provides me to believe in because that's reality to me.
okay,
What
yeah,
what other people give me doesn't match up to that.
okay, and that's what you see. So you see nature giving things like an apple tree drops an apple, a rabbit comes along, eats the apple, hops away, peels out the seed, and the perfect fertilizer grows another apple tree. All that, brilliant. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. And I
Um,
also see bats eat mosquitoes when other
right,
people say mosquitoes have no reason to be here on Earth, but yet bats eat mosquitoes. So they do have a purpose.
that exactly. Yeah, very true. I hate wasps. Hate them. Like bumblebees, honeybees, all the bees. Okay, yeah, great, crack on. But wasps, I genuinely think they're the devil. If I had a button to press and all the wasps in the world got electrocuted and just dropped down dead, I would press it. Even though I know it would probably like ruin the bloody eco structure of the world. Well,
Right. They have a
anyway,
purpose,
that's being wasps.
right? I mean, we hate all kinds of things in this world. Like I used to hate spiders, but I got over my fear.
Good.
And you know, they're here for a purpose.
Yeah, of
And I
course.
have to realize everything's here for a purpose.
Yeah. And so, as are you. So if all those things are here for a purpose, you are as well.
Yeah.
But is your purpose here on a flat plane, or are you on a globe Earth in an infinite universe where perhaps actually nothing matters because it's infinite, or everything matters because it's infinite?
Yo. I was just seeing if you were on.
I mean, that's a question, right? Are we here for a purpose because it's infinite?
Done.
Or are we here because it's finite? That's the question.
I'm not in a hurry, bro. Do your thing. Am I hot micing? Hold on. I am hot micing. I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, in reality, I think our lives might be finite as far as our physical bodies go. I don't know what happens after that because I don't think nobody's come back and told us. This is the afterlife. So,
Thank you for responding there. like everyone else has gone quiet, so I don't really know what to do. But thanks for answering.
Sorry, I was typing someone else, dude. Yeah, the
Yeah, it's
reason
cool.
flat earthers think the Earth is flat is because of measurements of the ground. It's got nothing to do with what the lights in the sky are. It's got nothing to do with any sort of space agency, any government, whatever it is that they say. And I mean, it should be pretty obvious to you that in the last few years, they're clearly all in cahoots. And we know they're all in cahoots anyway, because, well, look at the Antarctic Treaty in 1958 that they put together and made sure that nobody can go to that place and freely explore privately. I mean, it's true you can get there, and you can even get a cruise, I suppose, but you babied. That's the point. You can't freely, privately explore it without all kinds of
Yeah, but you
documentation,
can't. But equally,
permission,
you can't do that on Mount Everest.
shit tons of money. No. They don't give a shit about a flat. They'll let you go up Mount Everest and fucking kill yourself. They don't give a shit about that.
No, they do. No, they do. I mean, okay, they don't give a shit to an extent, but you go with the Sherpa, you've got to go to base camp and all that shit. So it's I think it's a lucky after people thing.
The Antarctic Treaty was formed during the Cold War, my friend.
Right. But what do you
think about that. Listen, man. Listen. Russia and America were at loggerheads. They were going to. Well, they say they were ready to nuke each other. I don't really think that nukes are real, but that's another thing. Let's not open that can of worms. They say they were going to nuke each other out of existence, and yet they made this agreement. Oh, yeah, shaking hands. So come on. I mean, there's all kinds of dodgy shit. The more you look, the more you see. So, and you're like, that's a bit weird. That's a bit weird. Then eventually, you're like, okay, there's a lot of grabble going on behind this.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree, right? I agree to some extent. That that there's conspiracies, but I don't think they're as big as perhaps you think they are. I think okay, yeah, there's a bit of under the table handshaking going on, and scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and bit like this. But for countries to sign an Antarctic agreement that treaty, okay, so they did it. Hold on, sorry, I'm trying to get it.
Well, it's like I said, it's just endless. I wouldn't even know where to start, to be honest. But the more you look into stuff, the more you realize, oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that right, if they didn't want us to know about the Antarctic treaty, then we wouldn't know, and there'd be a conspiracy about that anyway. But the things that happen, and I think people jump in to sort of go, oh, that must be something must have happened, must be a conspiracy. But this gate, that gate, the other gate, and yes, admittedly, sometimes people are right, but they're right in the sense that right, the election was rigged, or okay, something happened there. Like not on a massive scale of, well, the Earth isn't actually round. I do not see the benefit for any organised Russian Illuminati, anyone. I do not see the benefit for anyone to lie and say the Earth is, because from perspective, the Earth seems flat. So it'd be so much easier just to go, the Earth is flat.
I see what you're saying.
Why tell the more complicated lie?
I'm not going to divine the thoughts of these megalomaniacs. I don't know why. The fact that they did lie seems to be the case. I mean, control is the most obvious answer, isn't it? I mean,
but what? Yeah, but
because human beings are terribly curious, right? And I always
Right.
like Dell. I always like Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and shout out Dell. His YouTube channel's awesome. And you know, he was sort of using an analogy like, think of animals. You know, animals. You go to the gate, you go to a fence, and you
Yeah.
walk up, and the animals, you know, generally speaking, I mean, you get some of these wild sheep, they'll jump the fence. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, they'll see the fence, they'll come back. But humans, no, they'll be like, we're going over it, we're going under it. We're gonna. But the ball says, hey, you just keep going, and you'll just come back where you started eventually.
Well,
So,
no, I disagree. The ball, we've explored the ball, and still have a lot of the ball to explore, especially under the sea, etc. But no, it doesn't mean that's no. The next exploration is space, is the moon, is Mars,
well,
is the
that's if
solar
it's
system,
a
etc.
place we could even go in the first place.
Well, I think it is. Obviously, you don't think it is. But your argument of, if it's a ball, then all right. But even if it's a flat Earth, and the dog or a human goes, the ice wall of Antarctica, all right, I can't go in it. So even that's more restrictive than a globe. At least in a globe Earth, it can keep going round and round and round and round and round. On a flat Earth, it just goes, that's the wall. Okay, let's go back to Yorkshire.
I don't know about any. Well, I realise there's videos floating around of this wall, and I've seen that video with the plane flying, and it looks pretty awesome. I can't confirm that though. You see, I don't know that goes around the entire hour known Earth. I don't know that. I've seen an ice wall on Game of Thrones as well. Well, what does that
I
mean?
never watched that, but yeah,
It's a good show.
I'm talking about ice walls because
Yeah,
that's what
I can't
say.
confirm that. I don't know
I
about
don't
that.
believe it.
Yeah, I don't. Like I say, I'm only going off what I can confirm, and I can't confirm that. So I can't confirm outer space either. Travel.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, the person before, I forget their, I think it was Linda. So confirm it. I believe there are humans in space now on the ISS, right? And I've watched it go past. I've done the Google thing, right? When can I see the International Space Station? I've sat in my garden, watched it. I've sat at a friend's house and watched it. I've been on holiday and looked with my nephew and said, "Oh, well, let's see it go past."
Yeah, for sure. I watched Jaren's stream when he watched the transit the moon, and yes, there's definitely something there. But flat earthers don't deny that things are in the sky.
No, yeah, I know that. Yeah, when I've mentioned the ISS before, people have said, well, we're not saying there isn't something there, but it's just, and talking about perspective, so to me, thinking, right, okay, so it's 250 miles up, and that dot of light, but then maybe a flat earther thinks, well, actually, it is literally like a dot of light and it's about 50 meters away or something, then
No.
It's like
The
a
thing
laser
is,
shot.
well,
Nobody says that,
I
but
don't.
you know what I mean.
We can
It's
speculate
like
all day on what it might be, but I think generally what they'll probably say is, if you look at a plane, like a passenger plane flying at 5 miles ish, something like that, you can literally cover it up with your finger, with thumb, easy. It's tiny. Well, this ISS is roughly the same size, 250 miles. I mean, that doesn't seem to make sense, does it?
sorry, say that again. No, the ISS is much bigger
It's not that much bigger. I mean, it is. It's not much bigger.
No, it is. It's it's like
Yeah, I'm
5
not
foot
sure the angular
big.
sizes match.
It's not. The point is, it's a similar size to like Airbus A380 or one of those huge planes.
No, it isn't.
Similar
No,
size.
it isn't. It is no. It's much bigger.
Oh my god, do I have to Google it? I bet it's about fucking 1.5 times to say something like that. It's roughly the same size.
No, I'll Google it.
Size compared to a Airbus A380. Oh, okay, we've got 747. That'll have to do. No, I'm pretty sure I looked this up once and it weren't much bigger. Anyway,
Okay,
I can't see.
I might backtrack because so I've just read it right. So the space station is 356 feet, which is 109 meters, and, 1 yard shy of the full length of an American football field, including the end zone. So, I mean, actually, yeah, you might be right. I thought
73 meters long is a
747.
Is a Airbus A380. That's fucking big. Holy shit!
Yeah. Okay. Well,
73 meters long. Wow.
Okay. Yeah. So we've both sort of surprised each other, really. So yeah.
No, I looked it up. I remember looking it up before and thinking, yeah, it's not. It's bigger, but not much bigger.
You know what? I'm going to sound like I'm making excuses now, but I think because of like the solar panels, like on the sides and stuff, I think like, oh, it's massive. But yeah, actually, just the tunnels. I imagine a hamster. But yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, but I'm looking at pictures now. Fucking awesome. I genuinely believe it. I believe they're up there doing their thing. Anyway, right, what were we on about? I'm back.
Let me run it. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Jeremy.
All right. What's this guy's name?
Rinse, I think.
Oh, me. Yeah, Rin.
Ren?
Rinse.
Rin.
Rinse?
Yeah.
You say Vince?
No, RINSE.
Rinse. Oh, all right. I see it now. We got a circle on the ground, right? And the diameter of it is 1 meter. Or sorry, the radius is 1 meter. You with me so far? It's pretty easy.
Okay, yeah.
And we got a drone.
Like you're drawing on the Earth a 1 meter circle.
Yeah, there's a circle. It's one
Right.
meter and with the radius. The radius is 1 meter.
Yeah.
Okay, and now I got a drone. I'm in the center of this. I'm in the center of the circle. I got a drone. I want to travel the shortest distance to get to the edge of the circle, right? Which is I'm going to make a straight line. So the drone's going to travel 1 meter to the edge of the circle. Boom, done. Now, let's say there's an object traveling along the circumference of the circle. All
Hold
right,
on,
so now there's like.
Okay. Yeah,
What's
go
up?
on. No,
There's another drone that's traveling around the circumference, around the edge of the circle.
in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, there's still a drone in the middle of the circle, but
Yeah.
now there's another drone on the outside of the circle that's circling around. It's circling around this. It's going around the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
right? And I'm at the center with my drone, and I want to hit the drone that's traveling around the edge of the circle. But I want to travel the shortest distance possible. I'm going to travel the 1 meter straight line distance right to the
It's
edge, and
not
I'm going to
1
lead the
meter,
target.
though. It's
What's
not
up?
1 meter from the center. If your circle is 1 meter in diameter, then if you're
The
in the middle of it, it's half a meter.
I misspoke. The radius was 1 meter.
Okay.
The radius is a meter.
Okay, so you've got a drone in the middle.
So I got a drone in the middle,
Okay.
but there's a drone going around the edge, right?
Yeah.
I got two options. I can always have a heading at the drone, and then I would take like a curved path at it, or I could just lead where the target's going to be and fly that 1 meter straight line, right?
Mm.
Obviously, the 1 meter is going to be the shorter distance to travel, right?
I think so, but carry on.
Well, the other path is going to be curved. Both paths lead you to the edge of the circle. One of them is going to curve, and one's going to be a straight line. This might be a bit advanced. For a lot of people.
Yeah, it might be true.
I still needed. If I had an
Well,
animation,
what I
this shit would be
think
easy.
So essentially, are you asking that? Right. So there's a drone in the middle of the circle, and a drone going around the radius of the circle, right? So, to me, the drone, if you want to fly into the other drone, the drone in the middle of the circle should leave the middle of the circle to a point on the radius of the circle, maybe a fraction of a second or a couple of seconds before the other drone's going to be there.
Yeah, because we want to travel the shortest path possible. We don't want to always aim at where the thing is. That way, by the time we got to the edge, that would be like a curved path, and would go
you ain't
longer
where
than a
it's
meter.
going. Yeah.
Like if you only had enough fuel, if the drone ran on gas and you only had enough gas in the drone to fly 1 meter and then it was going to crash to the ground, you have to take the shortest path possible.
Yeah.
Right? You want to lead the target and basically let the target fly into you, essentially. You know what I mean? You want to lead it. You don't want to be chasing it the whole time because you'll never make it.
Right. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah.
Right. So you agree that is the shortest path possible is to lead the target.
Is to lead the target. I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah. I would. Yeah. Basically, I mean, okay, you're talking about being in the middle of a circle. So, yeah. I mean, if I was like shooting a deer or something, yeah, I would aim in front of it. Go on. What you're leading towards? What do you want to
So
ask me,
now
really?
okay, so now instead of something traveling around the circle, we're gonna have the same size circle, except this time it's gonna be a merry-go-round. Okay, and so now there's just place the merry-go-round, same dimensions, 1 meter radius. There's a merry-go-round where the circle was now. The drone's in the center of it, 1 meter radius. Same thing. Shortest path is gonna be that straight route, right? That straight line. You want to follow the radius, straight line. Now,
Right.
instead of something traveling around the circumference of the circle, well, you can do that. Now something's traveling around the circumference of the circle. We want to hit it. We only have enough gas for 1 meter. We lead the target. Otherwise, we're not going to hit it. All right. Same scenario, except the circle is now a merry-go-round. You with me?
Sort of.
It's the same exact scenario, except the circle is now a merry-go-round. But the same
Yeah.
exact thing is happening.
So I'm thinking right of the middle of the merry-go-round.
We have a drone in the middle of the merry-go-round. We want to hit our target. that's traveling along the edge of the merry-go-round, around the circumference of the merry-go-round. We need to lead it, so we only fly that 1 meter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're not going to make it. If we try to always chase, have a heading at the target, or you know what I mean. If we don't lead the target, we're not going to make it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. All
Because
right. Cool.
well, if we're talking about a merry-go-round, particularly, you know, when you were just talking about a circle, like say chalk line on the floor.
It's the
Okay,
same
whatever.
thing. It's the same
No,
exact thing,
no, it's
except
not.
now
But
instead of a circle,
no, it's not, because that chalk line isn't rotating, right?
nothing's rotating. Yo,
A
nothing's rotating yet.
Well, a merry-go-round is. If
No,
I'm in the
no, the
middle of the
merry-go-round wasn't
merry-go-round,
rotating. Just hold
the
on, man. Hold on.
outside, the diameter of that circle of the merry-go-round is moving faster than where I'm stood. So my shot is, I have to take other things into account. It's like a record, like a vinyl record, spins faster in the middle than it does at the outside of the record. Okay, right, before I confuse you with that, carry on. He's gone.
Yo, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there, mate. I'll shut up and I'll let you
Listen
finish.
to
I'm
me.
sorry.
Instead of the circle, hold on, man. Listen to me. Instead of the circle, there's just a merry-go-round. It's just sitting there. It's not spinning and flying on the ground. It's now an actual physical merry-go-round, but the same exact things are happening. The same things. Center, 1 meter, things traveling along the edge. It's the same exact thing going on. Like nothing changed except for we traded the chalk line for an actual physical merry-go-round. Are you with me?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Keep going.
Yeah, so we want to hit the target. We only have enough gas for 1 meter. Right? So we got to lead the target. Same scenario. We got to lead the target, right? Otherwise, we're not even going to make it because it's any other path is a longer distance.
Okay, right. Sorry, did you say we have to lead the target?
Yep, because if you try to keep your heading at the target the whole time, you're going to end up doing a curved path and you're not going to make it to the edge because you only have enough gas for 1 meter.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can.
Yeah, same thing. Same exact thing
Yeah,
from the circle, except now it's a merry-go-round. Okay, cool. Hold on a second.
Hello, Rince. How you doing?
Hi, mate. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. I just want to ask you: would you say you're a logical person?
um. Yes.
Okay. So, would you say that water has to be contained?
No. Why does it have to be contained? I
Think
think
about
I
it.
know where you're going. Why doesn't it drop off the bottom of the earth? Is that what you're going to say?
So, what happens when water is not contained? What happens to it?
Well, it flows. It does whatever. Yeah, if it's not contained, it just does its watery thing. Yeah.
So,
If I
water has
spill
to be
orange
contained,
juice on
right?
a table, it'll find the edge and fall off.
So, it's got to be contained, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Using that logic, would the oceans work on the exterior of a sphere?
Yes, because they are contained within that sphere. Are
Oh
they
man,
not?
double speak.
Okay, so double speak. Yeah. No. So I know you don't believe this, but bear with me. That imagine the person on the International Space Station, right? Or Neil
Such
Armstrong on his
thing.
way to
Sorry,
the moon or bloody wherever,
sorry,
right?
mate. Space is
But
not possible. What a space
okay,
is not possible.
okay, if space is not possible, fine. What about the vomit comet, right? The plane that goes and then dives away.
The comets
Gives
don't
the
fall. We
zero
don't know what they
gravity
are.
experience. No,
The
just
comets
just
don't
bear
fall,
with
mate.
me. No, just bear with me because I'm going to explain the water thing, sort of. So in the vomit comet, to Earth, everything was weightless. So, oh god, and I forget the bloody word for it, Dana. But so water, you could like have a bottle of water, a bottle of water, bottle of water, bottle of water, and as you're dropping that, squeeze a bit out on a flannel, and it will cut. What's it called? The bloody oh, there's a name for it. I'm sorry, can't remember. But yeah, it covers like the surface area of whatever it is. So that
Sorry, can I just stop you for a minute?
yes,
We're talking about trillions and trillions and trillions of tons of water on top of a sphere. You think that will work?
yeah, I know it works.
Okay, we can't go any further. But let me ask you this.
Let me just say this.
Sorry, no, we
first.
can't. We can't go any further with that. If you think the globe works like that, then
Yeah,
we
but
can't
if
have a
you don't
conversation.
believe in space, then you can't believe in a globe Earth. So you've already put your losses there. Like, well, space doesn't exist, right? Okay, fine, and that's your belief, and no judgment. But
It's
if you
not a
don't
belief.
believe in space,
Space doesn't exist, right? Space
right? Well, there you
is
go. That's your belief. So there is
you.
no chance you will ever believe in a globe Earth and that water can do what I think it can do on Earth.
You're
There's
shown
no chance
space outer space.
because
You're
you don't
shown
believe
outer
in space.
space, right, by agencies who use Hollywood special effects. You know, they use trickery to show you outer space. I mean, it's been debunked so many times. I don't know if you know, like green screens and wires and Hollywood
Yeah,
special effects, right?
yeah,
I don't know if you've seen the movie Gravity. It's the exact same thing. They use the same methods to trick you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Gravity, great film. Loved it. Brilliant film. Second of all, yeah, but when you watch that film, as great as the special effects are, you know that they're special effects. And if you're saying, oh, CGI, and all, watch Titanic, watch Jaws, watch all, and, you know,
What's the
you
difference
know.
between that movie and the footage we get from the ISS?
Well, one is CGI and one is real.
You don't know the difference. There's no difference. It's the exact same thing.
Well, is there not? Is there not a difference to you? You know. Anyway, what was I going to say? No, I was going to say something really good. What were we saying? Oh, water and stuff. Yeah, so space, right? So, yeah, so, it's the up and down thing, I think, that troubles a lot of flat earthers. And okay, right, if like
There's no trouble.
if
There's no trouble, right? Up is the sky and down is the ground. No trouble at
yeah,
all.
yeah, okay, yeah, great. I agree. I absolutely agree. And yeah, up is the sky, down is the ground. And I go to Germany, and up is the sky, and down is the ground. I go from Germany to Italy. Up is the sky, down is the ground. I jump on a boat from Italy. I go to Egypt. Up is the sky, down is the ground. I then
You
from
fly
Egypt
on
I
a
go
level
through
plane, mate.
Africa.
You're inside the aeroplane. It flies level with the ground. Oh, that's another proof for flat Earth. But let me ask you this, right? Rinse, what's the radius of the globe?
Oh shit! Now you're asking. The radius 22,000, 24,000 miles. But
It's not a trick question. It's I mean, you can Google it. It will say 3,959 miles, right?
Oh, the radius. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
It's 3,959 miles, right? Okay, and they gave us the dimensions. Hey, listen, they gave us the dimensions, right? And you can use the Pythagorean theorem, right, to work out where horizon should be. What's the horizon? What's the
What do you mean?
definition of a
What's the
horizon?
horizon? Sorry, what's the condition for the horizon? What was the question?
What's the definition of a horizon?
All right. Well, the definite. I don't know the definition, but I know the horizon is the line of which you cannot see beyond. It's the curvature of the Earth. But then we've got event horizons and things like that. But yeah,
So,
on Earth, the horizon usually
wait a
is
minute.
when you
So
look
hold
out
on,
to
hold on.
sea.
On the globe, right? You say ships go over the horizon. Yeah, that's your edge of the globe. Is that right?
No, it's not the edge.
Well, it means the leading edge. I mean, it means if you're on a sphere, anything after that would disappear from your view, right?
Yeah, from bottom to top.
Okay, so that's your geometric horizon. What we call it, yeah. That's in geometry. Like if you're on a sphere, that's it's like if you can imagine, like if you hold a basketball and you look along the ball, right, you'll see a curve, and you won't be able to see anything after that curve. We call that for the globe. We call that the geometric horizon, right? So,
are you a globe earther?
Hold on, listen. Knowing that the radius is 3,959 miles, yeah, work out that if you if you look at the example, if you go to the beach and look at the ocean, right, and you're at 1 foot, you're looking over the ocean from 1 foot, right? So that leading edge of the geometric horizon on your globe should be at 1.2 miles away. Do you agree?
No.
Where should it be then?
No. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So at sea level. So if I'm on the beach with my foot in the water,
1 foot above the
What?
water. You're 1 foot above the water, right?
1 foot
You're
above
looking
the
out.
water.
You're looking out to sea.
Yeah.
Looking out
At sea level.
towards the horizon,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And we use that formula, yeah, 3959, and then we use the Pythagorean theorem to work out where the horizon should be.
Yeah.
If you're at 1 foot, you must be at 1.2 miles. You agree?
Mate, I'm shit at maths. I'm actually googling it. How far is the? If that's what you say, then okay, fine. I thought it was much further than that.
Google
shit.
the distance
Hold
to
on.
horizon, or
Yeah, mate. Listen, wait. This is what it says.
the
So yeah,
curvature
I'm
curvature
willing to back
calculator.
down. No,
Google
listen.
that, and you
No,
get the
listen.
formula, right? And
The
and
furthest distance.
it says at
The,
1 foot, right? 1 foot
the furthest distance to the
should be
horizon.
1.2 miles away.
The furthest distance to the horizon that the human eye can see varies slightly depending on a person's height.
That's not what I said.
In miles, the horizon is approximately
Listen, that's not what I said.
3.1
I'm
miles.
talking about math.
Yeah.
Your math, the globe math.
No, so yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Oh, at 1
I
foot.
honestly, I must admit,
Listen.
I
mate,
thought it was about 20 miles.
Not listening, mate.
I am now.
According to the globe math, right? They say the radius of the globe is 3959 miles. 3,959 miles, yeah?
Right.
To work out the distance to the horizon, we use the Pythagorean theorem. And when you use that, well, let's say 6 feet, you're a 6 foot man, okay?
Yeah.
And the horizon should be at 2.8 miles, or let's call it 3 miles away, right? Okay?
Right.
What happens if you see 10 miles?
You're in a tall building. You're higher up.
You're still not listening.
No, that's the answer, surely.
You're still not. You're
If
still
you can
not
see
listening.
10
Listen, Prince.
miles.
Listen. Right? You're 6 foot tall. A big 6 foot tall man. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're looking out to sea. Okay.
Yeah.
According to your math, the globe math, horizon should be at 3 miles away. Okay.
Hold on. Right, you cut out there. At what miles away? 3.
3 miles. If you're 6 foot.
Yeah. Okay.
So what happens if you see 10 miles?
I'm 7 miles closer to the horizon. I don't know.
No.
Tell me the answer.
You said you were logical. You said you're a logical
Yeah,
person. Use logic.
Yeah, and my logical answer is I'm up a tower. I'm on the Blackpool Tower. Therefore, I can see 10 miles. I can see 7 miles further than I could at sea level or 6
Prince,
foot above sea level.
Prince, using logic, right? Using logic and your math, the globe that you believe in, the globe math you believe in, right?
Yeah.
If you see further than the math allows, then it's not what they claim it is. It's logic.
I think you're not seeing my logic right now.
You're not using any logic though.
Neither are you. If I want to see further, I go higher up, and the horizon becomes further
So
away.
we're using the globe. A globe is a sphere, right? Globe is a
Yeah.
ball. It's like a basketball.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, if you're looking along it, if you're looking along the ball, there's an edge. There's a physical edge to that ball, and you can't
Yeah.
see below it, can you?
No, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Yes, I get it.
Right.
And that's why
So your
shit
globe
disappears from bow
math,
to math.
right? Your dimensions. Listen, your math is 6 foot. A 6 foot person cannot see further than 3 miles, but we do see tens of miles. So what does that logically says? What does it mean? What's the answer to that?
I see what. Yeah,
conundrum?
okay. Right, I was thinking like an actual logical, scientific, normal human being. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay,
If you
so
can see
you're saying,
beyond the horizon, if you can see
so what?
beyond the
So where have
geometrical
you
horizon, what is it? What's it saying? What is the Earth trying to tell you?
I'm not going to say. I know what you want me to say.
No. Listen, it's saying either the math is wrong or the Earth is flat. Right?
No, the math. The maths.
What's
By
the
the way,
alternative?
because I'm
What's
English.
your answer then? Give it to me.
Well, literally, the answer I've given you. When you're
Me with
higher
your
up.
logic, Rince. Me with
Okay,
your rhythm stick.
Okay. No, I love it. I love it because you are challenging me, and I'm shit because I never remember bloody facts and numbers and things. But here we go.
See, you're trying to search for answers, but you can't find any because you're not using logic. Logic dictates that one
No, but
or the other.
I
Like it's either
contest that. Right
flat.
now, I know where you're coming from. Right, I contest that, and I'm not using logic. I don't think you are. You asked me like in the friendliest way possible because I love this conversation. It's nothing personal. It's a lively debate. Okay, but
Oh, listen,
okay,
there's nothing wrong
but
with believing
you
in the
asked
globe.
me. You asked me,
Nothing
are
wrong
you
with
a
it.
logical person? I said yes. Right.
You're free to believe
And you were
whatever
saying,
you want
okay,
to.
so you're 6 foot tall and the Earth is this and that. 6 foot tall. How far away is the horizon? So how is it then 10 miles away? Right. And I said, well, it would be 10 miles away if you went 1 story up in a hotel or the Blackpool Tower or whatever, right? Because that is how it works. You will see further over the horizon the higher you get.
Correct, on a plane.
So
Yes.
yeah, no. So think of being on that basketball, right? If you go up a bit, you can see a bit further over the. Obviously, you won't see all the way because it's a globe. So you won't see like Australia or something. You
See, I
go up
just
a bit, you
debunked
go up
your.
a bit, it goes further.
I
And that's
just
the thing.
debunked the globe
Why
and your
can't
math,
I
and
go?
you're not
Why can't
accepting
I
it.
go up? Why
You're
can't I
dancing
go up
around it. You know,
to the
you're
top?
not using
Why
logic.
can't I go up to the top of the Blackpool Tower or something and see Australia? Because if it was flat, surely I could do that. I can't because it's behind the curve.
How long have you been looking into flat Earth?
2 or 3 years.
You're probably still a baby then. You haven't matured into to an adult. So
How patronising. No.
just debunked your globe with the logic, Rinse.
Really?
Still
You
not,
think you've debunked me?
still not getting it.
Yeah, but I feel like I do get where you're coming from, and like where like Jeremy and Gio and stuff are coming. I feel like I get where you're coming from, and I do question my thoughts and beliefs, right? But I don't think you get where I'm coming from, and I don't think that you question
How can you
your
question it
thoughts and beliefs.
if you think oceans are possible on a sphere? How are you questioning it? You're not questioning. You're accepting it.
No, I questioned it when I was bloody 12 years old. and yes, okay, again when I was older. But yeah, I know it sounds really simple, right? And it won't satisfy you, but it doesn't satisfy any of you when I say this. But in space, which you don't believe in, so it won't help you. This, but in space there is no up or down, right? There's no up or down. So to sit here on Earth as we do and go, oh well, if water, coats the whole planet and it's a globe,
You're clutching
and
us
there's
so
water on the bottom. No, wait,
space has absolutely
listen,
nothing to do
listen. Don't
with
cut me
what
off.
we're
Don't
talking
cut me
about,
off.
right? You just gone off into outer space, like really a straw man.
Sorry, say that again. What? What was it? Right. Yeah. So what I was saying.
You've gone into outer space. Outer space is just Star Trek science. It's neutrinos and quarks and all that kind of crap.
Well, okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But that is exactly my point. That
Pseudoscience.
You don't believe in space. Therefore, I can not make a point that you will believe in or entertain as a thought, because everything I believe in, all the points is based on Earth as a
The
globe
difference between
in
science
space.
and pseudoscience.
And again, what I've said is my mind is open to what you guys say, and it genuinely is, because I do genuinely question my own thoughts and beliefs. Genuinely.
Do you know the difference between
with these
science
conversations.
and pseudoscience?
But you don't. You
Listen,
won't
mate, let's have
open
a
your mind to the
conversation.
fact that space is there.
Listen, do you know the difference between science and pseudoscience?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, pseudoscience is somebody trying to make a point and by using bullshit made up science. And science is science. And the word science means knowledge. It means literally means knowledge.
Can you know something that's not true?
Jeremy, what did you say? Can you know something that's not true?
You know what? Never mind. This guy was going somewhere with you. Go ahead, because I like where you were going with him. Go ahead.
So, outer space is pseudoscience, right?
No, space is proven, factual science has happened. Yeah,
Proved it.
yeah.
Who proved it?
Well, who who disproved it? Right. So, you're what's his bloody name? Yuri Gagori, not Yuri Geller. He's one of your lot. I'm sorry, that was rude. I was like, yeah, Gagori, first man in space. Satellite Sputnik, first things up there. Space, yeah.
That was all pure Hollywood, mate. All movies. You know, there is no outer space.
Okay, so so where did Sputnik go, the first satellite, and how do we have sat nav? Literally, the telephone that I'm speaking to you on now. This is my iPhone, and I'm talking to you wherever in the world you are, and that is using a satellite that is orbiting the Earth right now.
No,
So
the radio frequencies, cell towers.
okay, right. So there's a series of towers between you and I. And actually,
It's
if I
radio.
sat on my
It's just
chimney and
glorified
look,
walkie-talkies.
I could see. Right, go and sit on your chimney. I'll go and sit on my chimney, and we should see each other. If the Earth is flat, we should see each other.
Oh,
Hello,
I
hello.
don't understand perspective then.
I do absolutely understand perspective. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Do you think the sun goes down? Is supposedly setting? Does it go down? Actually, go down?
No, it doesn't.
What does it do then?
The Earth rotates, and so gives the illusion of the sun going down of like beyond the horizon, but it's the Earth rotating.
So, can it also work on flat Earth where the sun is going away from you? It's just perspective. It looks like it's going down. Can that work?
No, I don't think it can, because on a flat Earth model, or like the models that I've seen or been exposed, if it's the flat Earth set and the sun and the moon are sort of spinning over the top, it's what I know about light. Travels in straight lines, travels quite fast. If the sun was over there on a flat Earth model shining on Africa or something, I would still be able to see it. So the sun would actually never set on a flat Earth model.
No, you're not understanding perspective. So I don't think it's fair to go further on this. So I'll yield to somebody else. Thanks for your answers there, Rince. Thank you.
Mate, I'm sorry if I've been a dumbass. I'm sorry if I've been a dumbass. But thank you, Multi Tom. I appreciate the talk. I wonder if I was a dumbass or maybe too challenging. I don't know. But I like the chat. Did anybody see my picture of the moon tonight? It's in the live stream voice chat if anybody wants to see it.
A picture of the moon?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
It's in, I think I put it in the wrong way. It's in this one. Hold on. Okay, I'll put it in.
Okay, and what is this?
There you
All right, so what is your proposition here?
go. Nothing. We were just talking about sunrises and stuff like that just earlier, and this is a picture of the moon I took from my garden earlier tonight, and I just thought I'd show it. No agenda, no nothing, but there it is.
Oh, I thought it was one of those. Look at this. How do you explain this on the flat Earth thing?
Oh no, none of that. I spent about 20. I spent about 20 minutes with my binoculars, trying to like take a picture with my phone, like through the lens, like to get a zoomy in sort of picture. But yeah, I couldn't do it. Don't have the right equipment. Do any of you know how NASA organise a party?
I think they hand out flyers, like they go on the street corner, and they just like holler at people, "Party!" You know.
No. No, they plan it.
Whoa, good one.
I love you guys. Thank you. I'll shut up.
Is dead too.
Yeah, sorry, I think I killed it.
That's sad. Well, because it is Friday night, so the only losers here, I guess, is me.
I'm just wondering how many of you would, who are reading the text chat, would prefer that we were actually debating flat Earth versus globe Earth rather than listening to corny jokes.
What?
You come again?
Are you guys reading the text chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
What about it?
I don't know. I was trying to be funny. It doesn't matter.
You're trying to be funny?
Yeah. But I was trying. I
Well,
was
see,
saying that.
that's where you failed. See, you were trying to be funny, but you weren't. Actually, I'm just gonna. I don't know.
Yeah.
See, now I was trying to be funny now.
Yeah. Well, at least it
Yeah,
it
that's what
works.
you guys need to work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, I was saying, would we? Never mind. I don't know. It made sense in my head. Can't explain it. I was trying
No
to say.
worries.
Anyway, well, what are you guys up to?
It's a lazy Saturday afternoon for me. I'm not up to a whole lot. I've done everything I needed to do, so just relaxing. How about yourself?
So just chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar, but it's more Saturday morning. Oh, it's Saturday afternoon for you.
Yes.
Oh shit! Saturday afternoon. No, shit, is it? Oh shit! Yeah. Oh, you're ahead.
I'm well ahead, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, bloody hell. Right. Oh, now I'm going to click on your profile before I say. You know my question, don't you?
I do, and in all honesty, I'd rather not discuss that at the moment.
Oh. Oh, maybe you don't
My
know my question.
apologies. Oh.
Maybe you don't know my question then.
Oh, maybe I don't. Sorry, maybe that was too preemptive. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking, right, New Zealand or Australia?
What do you
And
think?
I'm going to go.
Take a guess.
I'm going to go New Zealand.
Oh, that would be an L.
Ah, for loser.
See, if I was from New Zealand, I would pronounce things a little bit like this.
But I thought you were pronouncing it a little bit like this.
I'm pronouncing it like this, which is Aussie. And the difference with the New Zealand accent is in the I's and the E's, the way they pronounce those. So I say this, they would say this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Just a little example of how they would pronounce their vowels.
I think like your Aussie accent is quite light. Whereas, like, I always
Yeah.
imagine the Australian accent would be like you're suppressing a burp.
Yeah, that's not too bad actually. Commendations, but yeah, I have more of a what could be termed a posh Australian accent.
Yeah.
It's not as thick. It's a little more refined, if that even makes any sense.
It makes sense in most other accents, but a refined Australian bloody accent. You must be taking a fucking piss.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
taking
no,
the piss,
of
mate.
course. Sorry.
No need to apologize.
No, I love it. Love it, love it.
Let me take a guess as to where. I know, obviously, you're English, but the region.
Would you like me to say a sentence or something?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Do you want to give me the sentence? Or
Actually, read what the last thing posted in text chat by Agent Flatcats.
okay, I'll Agent Focus. I'll have to. Okay. What button can't unbutton your belly button? What can you catch but not throw?
Okay. Taking note of the way you pronounce your U's. So I'm going to go with are you a Brummie? Are you a Brummie?
Oh no, no.
Are you from Manchester?
Okay, you're getting closer.
Closer.
Go a bit
Okay.
further north,
Further
and a bit
north.
to the right.
All right. My UK, my English geography isn't the best, but would it be? You're not Scouse, are you? No.
No.
I didn't
So
think.
Scouse is south of Manchester, and
Oh,
further
okay.
north and to the
Newcastle.
right. Yeah, so south of Newcastle. I'm near Middlesbrough. If you've heard of Middlesbrough,
I've sure
but,
have. I've certainly
but
heard of
I'm
the football
Yorkshire.
team.
But it's understandable that you might get my accent wrong or whatever, because like I'm on the border of North Yorkshire and County Durham, and as a kid I moved around a lot because of my dad's job. So like I've got a bit of a weird accent. It's not a normal Yorkshire or like Durham accent. It's a bit weird. But so yeah. But it's definitely not Brummie and it's definitely not Scouse.
Yeah, I didn't think it was Scouse. I mean, although I have heard. I mean, obviously it's not thick Scouse. I mean, that's quite distinguishable. But there are some subtle versions of it that you may have sounded like that to me. But yeah, I was kind of around the right areas,
Oh
surely.
yeah, you were getting it was better than me get like Utah, New Zealand, and then thinking, well, all bloody Australians bloody saying like oh bloody long.
Yeah, there's just such an abundance of different accents in England that it's. I always sort of I go for how they pronounce the vowels and try to discern where they
Well,
may be from.
yeah, and that's like a Yorkshire thing. Well, not just Yorkshire, there's a few, but yeah, it's that you got like a. It's not a. It's
Yeah.
a.
It's
A-E-I-O-U. Hello, you're right.
Yeah.
And just dropping letters left, right, and centre, and that sort of
Very
thing.
lazy.
Real lazy. And I think that's why my accent sounds a bit weird, because it's sort of got all that in it, but I consciously make an effort to sort of make an effort to, do you know what I mean? Rather than make an effort to look.
Mm-hmm.
Hope it
Did you have
makes sense.
a particular football team you support, or you're not into football?
I'm not really into football, but in the last few years, I have been sort of interested. My dad grew up in Middlesbrough and was a Middlesbrough fan,
Oh,
and
what a shame.
yeah, yeah, it is a shame. So yeah, so I call myself a Middlesbrough fan, but um, I've got a friend whose husband now. He's from Manchester, and he's a Man City supporter.
On the
Um,
bandwagon, hey?
yeah, no, it's not. Well, oh yeah, on my part, bandwagon. But yes,
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I've started watching it, and and total bandwagon because they could be about to win the league. I think
Well, I
now.
think it's almost certain, unless they
Yeah,
bottle it, as you guys
yeah,
say. Unless they
yeah. They've
bottle
just
it,
got ahead
gonna...
of Arsenal. I think I'm not sure.
They're
Yeah,
1
but
point
the
ahead of
whole
Arsenal with a game in hand.
that's right. Yeah. So we have to see what they do. But oh no, fucking, it was phenomenal. But their last, did you watch City against Fulham?
Yes, that was
Yeah,
a little
it
harder than I
was.
thought it would be for City.
Yeah, hard work, proper hard
Mm,
work. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. I mean, they won, so
yeah,
okay. But yeah, it was like, you want to go through with a bit of bloody power and I don't know. So yeah,
I suppose it's
it didn't
amazing
give
what
up.
a team can do when they have nothing to lose against, such a talented side like City. Because if you look at their result against Arsenal, arguably one of the best teams in the Premier League,
Yeah.
and the fact that they thrash them and then they go up against Fulham and struggle, it's just like,
Mm,
I think pressure obviously plays a big part.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's a psychological game, isn't it? As much as a physical game. But
Absolutely.
yeah, well, so it's going to be really
Absolutely.
inappropriate. I was going to
So,
say I fancy Grealish, but never mind.
oh yeah, Jackie Grealish.
Yeah.
You fancy him in
Mm.
what way? In what way?
I fancy him to play for Middlesbrough one day.
Oh, okay. Fair
Yeah.
enough. I may have been taking that the wrong way.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on.
Playing for Middlesbrough one day. Yeah, maybe towards the very end of his career. And even then,
Yeah, on the way back down. Yeah.
even then, a lot of them rather retire somewhere where they still get paid a shitload. Like for example, the MLS or a Saudi league, or somewhere where they're still paid millions and
Okay.
they don't have to work as hard. Yeah, that's what's been happening with a lot of those football players that were once, at the
Right, is
prime of
it?
their career. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll go to the MLS, for example. There's a lot of money in the MLS for those sort of players.
What's the MLS?
It's the US soccer league.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
Major League
Yeah,
Soccer.
like is Beckham still managing a
Yes,
team over there?
he is Inter Miami. I think he's managing.
Oh, is
And
Miami?
yeah,
He used to do the LA Galaxies or something.
yeah, he played for them for a bit, and then I think he may have even managed. But there is definitely a lot of money that can be thrown at, ex stars, and the same goes for like I said, the Saudi league, even to a certain extent the Japanese top flight division. And it's
Right.
it's a shame that
Like,
instead of cultivating young talent and paying them well, they just to draw crowds, they'll get these, old, washed out stars that, like I said, all they do is really just bring the crowds. But I mean, it is a
But-
business at the end of the day, so.
Well, that's it. And I mean, like the young ones can have, the actual job, as like a football player.
Mm.
And because I always thought, the old ones off, like manage like Gareth Southgate, right? Manage England, Gary Lineker,
Mhm.
like host match of the day. They become pundits or managers or coaches. It's like, oh, your career's not over, and then they go on like, I know, for like game shows, and like we used to. I think it's stopped now, but there used to be it's a big thing in Britain is like panel shows.
Yep.
Yeah. So, do you have them in ours? Like panel shows?
We do, but to be honest, I don't really watch a lot of free-to-air television or television in general. So
Right.
I'm sure we have them. The last I remember when I was actively watching TV, yeah, we did have them. But
Yeah. So it's like,
yeah.
there was one like for years and years. It was called A Question of Sport, and like there was oh god, what was her name? She was a tennis player, but anyway, she was the host, and Phil Tufnell, the cricket player, was one of the team captains, and they just asked like sporty questions and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I thought, that's where all the retired footballers go to
Yeah, yeah.
panel shows like that and stuff.
Yeah, well, they're always seeking some form of employment, and that's fair because a football career isn't the longest career, so you have to make the most of it. So I understand why they always sort of seek money wherever it may come from. So it's completely understandable. But I mean, the fact that they're so overpaid sort of begs the question of, are they really worth what they're paid? I mean, I know the main role of any sport is to just entertain the masses and just keep them keep them happy as much as they can, keep them distracted. So in that sense, they sort of like they serve the purpose for what the whatever you want to call it, the people in control, they serve that purpose quite well. So they're paid, respectively, and maybe they do their job well for them because, especially in England, I mean, not only England, but throughout Europe, throughout South America, football is just, it's like it's a major distraction from mundane life. So
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree with that. I mean, like I say, in the last few years, I've taken a bit of an interest in football, and
Yeah.
I don't follow it, as such. But my friend likes Man City, so I sort of get that. My brothers support Newcastle, so I take a bit of an interest in with the World Cup and the Euros and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the World Cup's always a spectacle. It's always
Usually wouldn't care, and I've had the opinion of, oh, they're overpaid, they're fucking, they're this, and so yeah, I've had like a negative opinion of football, and I hate the thing that goes with it, like the fact, especially like England fans, like when they go abroad for a game, or there's always fights, there's always,
yeah.
and it's like why, is it? And in any other sport, right? If there was racism or somebody got beat up or anything, they would cancel the game in any sport. If it was bloody darts even, or any sport, they would go, no, fuck it, right, there's trouble, no, stop it. And it annoys me that everybody sort of within football kind of goes, oh, yeah, kick racism out of football and did it. Well, actually, no, but nobody is doing anything because it's still happening, and there's still monkey chants from the crowd, and it does
Yeah.
really annoy me.
Yeah, look,
Um,
that does happen, and it's just part of mob mentality. And I even remember as a young, I was a teenager at the time, and I attended a game in South America, and that racism that you speak of, or whatever you want to call it, it's almost contagious to the point where even I was like shouting things that I obviously am ashamed of. That's something I wouldn't do in this day and age. But at that time, because I was young, everyone else was into it, and it seemed like it's like I said, it's contagious. It's contagious, and there's no accountability. You're largely anonymous, especially over there where. Even if the officials do sort of single you out, and no one's going to do anything about it. It's just, but yeah, look, it's just a mob mentality thing. That's why there's fights. That's why there's all these sorts of things, because people, when they get in large groups and they all belong to one good cause, as they may think, wherever the mob takes them, they're just gonna just do whatever the mob does. And it's unfortunate, but it's just when large groups of humans get together, they act in these ways.
But like, go to the theatre,
Come again?
or even going to watch bloody Slipknot. Don't start fucking fighting with each other and monkey chanting and shit like that. Why is it football? Why is it in football? It pisses me off. But anyway, let's not get too political about the whole thing. But yeah, that does annoy me. However, I have learned to enjoy the game, and I actually have. I can get into it, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is entertaining. To me, anyway. I know a lot of people don't find it entertaining. That's fine. There are a lot of the sports that I don't find entertaining at all. But to each their own. And sort of growing up with it is what you're almost programmed into liking it. That's what I find. A lot of our likes and dislikes stem from childhood programming. The way your parents, whatever your parents' likes were, and whatever they sort of involved you in is normally going to determine what you like or dislike in the future. So it's almost like at times we don't even have a choice in what we find interesting when we're in our adult years.
Yeah. Oh, how depressing to think we're in our adult years.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's depressing.
It depresses me.
Does it? Well, how old are you?
I always remember I had a friend called Mike, and who I went to uni with, and when we turned 20, he was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm 20 years old." I was like, "Shut up, Mike! Fucking hell, who cares?" We're 20. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm 20. I'm 20 years old. I'm not a teenager anymore. Oh my God! He was having like a pure like drama moment over it. I'm like, oh, who gives a shit? Oh, and all of a sudden now, 15 years later, I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, this is depressing.
15 years later, so you're 35? Is that correct?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Well, we are the same age. The exact same age.
You're not 35.
I am.
That's crazy. Now you sound younger than me.
I probably do. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can put an age to a voice, but perhaps you can.
Yeah. Well, no, you did sound younger than me. What month is your birthday?
That would be September.
I'm October. So you're
Okay.
older than me.
I am actually older.
Oh, good. Brilliant. Okay, I felt better now. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go get myself a drink. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, no worries, bro. No, I'll be here.
Wow, did the last bus come through and we both missed it?
You find your missing mountain yet, Jesse?
All right, you concave fucker. Let's talk. I'm so endlessly tired of not understanding what you're talking about. You guys badger me over and over again like I'm supposed to understand. You're halfway there. You're on the doorstep. Take the next step. It's curving up. No. All right, I tried.